Alright, I am live. I've gone live message. And we'll continue case 4. I don't know, it feels like this one's gonna be sort of short compared to the other ones. Might get this done today. Hello? Shall see. Or there might be a twist. I don't know. Alright, that should do it. Let's see. Where were we? Is that I think that's my newest save. Yeah, 4-3. Let's see, last time I got the death of William Frege. It seems like a closed room murder. But actually, was it? Few suspicious things. I suspect the use of a familiar. We've got that whole Eye Takers Society involved. Okay. I just finished talking to Harold here, I think. Yeah. And right, we were wondering where oh, what's her face? Mentor lady. Oops, I didn't mean to go to the sitting room. Ugh, Lloyd Von Sanctus. Yeah, I'm supposed to go to the dungeons. Find out where my mentor is, what they're doing. Very suspicious that she hasn't shown up to check over any of the crime scene. Timora, Ruby Timora, that's right. I guess Tyrion hasn't... Well, I guess none of them have seen Eris. Or wait, well, she was... Did she appear at the court trial? Or was that only... before a few people? Did she do... Was that only talking to Ruby? Yeah. I think it was like before the court trial or something? In the prologue? Anyway. She's doing something shady behind the scenes. Now, there was that one time when she interrupted Tyrion's perception of the one painting. At least I assume that was her. I don't know if the Eye Taker can do similar things, or it's just Eris. Although, like, normally when she did the perception altering, she was nearby. So was she nearby there too? Huh. Alright, anyway. I arrived at the dungeon to search for Miss Tymora. She wasn't at Frega Manor, so she must have been here to discuss the case with Beatrice. Beatrice! Or at least that's what I thought. I didn't see her anywhere here, too. Oh, speak of the devil. Well, there's Eris. Excuse me.
I didn't expect to see you here.
Celeste let out a shriek as Eris approached the two of us from behind. He really had a habit of doing that. I was starting to wonder if she was doing that on purpose. Eris? What are you doing here?
Beatrice is actually an acquaintance of my father. He sent me here to help her through this ordeal.
That brought up so many questions. I didn't really have the time to pull on that thread. There was less than an hour before the trial began. I needed to find Miss Tymora. Have you seen Miss Tymora anywhere? I need to talk to her.
She was just here, but she left to retrieve some documents from her office.
Do you have any idea when she'll be back?
She didn't say, but I can pass on a message to her.
I'm sorry. It's excuse me. It's related to Beatrice's case.
In that case, why don't you leave a message with Beatrice herself? She is the defendant in this case.
I felt a little hesitant, but it was Beatrice's life on the line. If anyone should know about what I'd found, it's her. Okay, let's go find her. I followed Eris's lead as she led us to Beatrice's cell. Once we found her, she left the dungeons to give us some privacy. I spent some time going through my findings with Beatrice, from the list of suspects to the possible motives behind the murder. I noticed that with each revelation, she became more uneasy. The idea of someone framing her must have been stressing her out. Yeah, that's what's stressing her out, definitely.
I see. You've certainly been very thorough.
Yes, but I still have no concrete evidence that points to anyone.
He reveals these findings to Prince Aster. He might suspect something.
What?
Sorry, I was just thinking.
And I was able to catch one of those thoughts. Beatrice, I'm sure that you're aware that Prince Aster has your best interests at heart.
I know. Even though we haven't spoken for the last 5 years, I still consider him a close friend.
Then I suppose you have no issue with me sharing these findings with him.
Of course not.
This is bad. Even he wouldn't support us if he knew that I was involved. Oh? Okay, so this is what Tyrion saw in her head. What? He was actually involved in this?
Is something wrong, Mr. Cuthbert?
Beatrice was actually behind this? But how? She's completely blind. She couldn't have navigated through the manor and avoided the guards. Excuse me, the cough. Arya did say that she was intelligent, but doing all of this while blind was ludicrous. No, I must have been taking her thoughts out of context.
Mr. Cuthbert, perhaps you should get some rest.
I thought very carefully about what to say next. There was one way to get a certain answer through the eye, but if I was wrong... Beatrice, you weren't actually involved in this, were you?
Tyrion?
Her gaze narrowed in response to my question. Once again, she clapped her hands together.
Do you suspect me now, Mr. Cuthbert?
You didn't answer my question, Beatrice.
As if I'd even need to justify it with a response. But no, Mr. Cuthbert. I was not responsible for my father's murder. I might as well have been. Legally, I was more of an accomplice.
An accomplice? Someone else was involved in this.
Cuthbert?
Miss Tymora. My mentor seemed to have sensed the mood in the air. She raised her brow at me. Miss Tymora, can I speak with you alone for a second?
Okay. What's wrong? Is everything okay?
Miss Tymora, Beatrice, she actually did murder William Frege. Oops. Excuse me. Let's see. Miss Tymora's lips pursed. Her eyes darted around the room to make sure the guards didn't overhear us. But also, yeah, like, what the heck, Tyrion? She didn't actually murder him. She was an accomplice, which you just saw, but no, she didn't actually murder him.
What are you talking about? How could you possibly know that?
Excuse me, my throat's getting all phlegmy. Alright. I saw it with the Eye of Horus. She conspired with someone else to orchestrate William Frege's death. I'm pretty sure Ruby's involved in this somehow, so yeah. He's not happy about this.
Have you told anyone else about this?
No, it's not as if they'd believe me anyway. You're the only other person who knows about my abilities.
Okay. We'll talk about this later. I need to get ready. The trial starts in half an hour.
What? You're not seriously going to defend her, are you?
Of course I am. I'm her attorney.
But she's guilty. I saw it.
Look, at this point, I don't know what you saw. Do you think I can just abandon a client minutes before a trial?
No, but
It's not for either of us to decide who's guilty and who's not. Everyone has a right to an attorney. More importantly, you had no right to use the Eye of Horus on my client. I don't have time to argue about this. We will be talking about this later.
Before I had a chance to respond, Miss Timora walked away. Celeste had given us some privacy, but she definitely inferred the tone of our conversation.
Is everything okay?
Celeste, I think Beatrice was actually behind this.
What?
I couldn't blame her for not believing me. It's not as if I could tell her about the Eye of Horus. Although, why hadn't I told her?
Alright, so what do you want to do now?
What?
You wouldn't say something like that if you weren't sure, right?
I thought long and hard for a moment. Maybe we don't need to do anything.
What?
Steelwind is handling the prosecution, and she's far from being a pushover. If Beatrice is truly guilty, I'll just have to trust her to get the job done. Either way, I don't think we're in any position to get involved.
Alright, if you say so.
It was really none of my business. I had no stake in this. I wasn't obligated to do anything. I'd done everything I could. I would just have to leave it in Steelwind's hands. It was none of my business. William Frege was a tyrant anyway. He was a noble who did nothing but steal wealth from the common folk. The world was better off without him, and it's not as if any of this was my responsibility. Miss Timora must have been doing this for a reason. All I had to do was wait for the trial to run its course so we could put this all behind us.
Objection!
Surprise! Your Honor, I'm afraid you can't pass a verdict just yet. Mr. Cuthbert?
Cuthbert? What the hell are you doing?
I don't know. But what I do know is that there was a massive contradiction in Miriam Frege's testimony. Who was I kidding? As if I'd ever stand by and do nothing. Okay, that really was a chapter break. Alright. Your Honor, the prosecution, I would like the right to cross-examine this witness. Bailiff, arrest Mr. Cuthbert. I am holding him in contempt. Wait. I really didn't think this through, did I? Instead of following his order, the bailiff walked over to the judge's podium and whispered something into his ear. What? I see. Very well, then. What were they saying? I wonder if Lucio Steelwind told him to let Cuthbert represent the prosecution. Because if I remember, he was supposed to be in attendance. Oh, Miss Steelwind. It appears that Miss Steelwind has somehow predicted that this would happen. In accordance with her wishes, Mr. Cuthbert may act as the prosecutor in her stead.
What?
The paperwork was submitted shortly before the trial. Mr. Cuthbert is designated as her stand-in. It's unorthodox, but it's not without precedent. I remembered when Steelwind asked me something strange earlier. Ah. Okay. So, that wasn't just out of curiosity. Or maybe it was at the time, but she made use of it. Okay. That's neat.
What would you do if you discovered that one of your clients was guilty? And what would you do if they were guilty?
I suppose I'd withdraw and tell them to find another lawyer.
And if no one else would represent them?
I don't know. It would definitely be a difficult choice for me. But I would never be able to represent them if I knew the truth. I don't think I could stand by and let a murderer escape justice. Or maybe it was all a gamble. Steelwind. Did she somehow know this would happen?
Well, this isn't how I expected the trial to go.
The other side of us now, since we're on the prosecution. Nice. Shortly after I barged onto the prosecutor's table, Celeste awkwardly followed behind me. Curiously, she only did so after the bailiff didn't arrest me.
I guess we're really doing this.
What's wrong?
This feels weird. We're on the other side of the courtroom.
I mean, this is where the prosecutor is supposed to stand.
No, I don't like this. Ruby, can we switch tables? What?
Your Honor, please ignore her.
No, this is way too weird. Tyrion, file a motion. Get her to switch with us.
Celeste.
For the love of... I genuinely don't care. Cuthbert can have this side if he wants it so badly.
Yeah. With that out of the way, let's resume proceedings. Assuming that we're all at our preferred spots. Oh my goodness, what kind of clown court is this? We are, Your Honor. As much as I hated to admit it, I was more comfortable here. Not that I wanted to encourage her to do this again. With all of these interruptions, I think it best to review the proceedings up until now. The prosecution proposed that Beatrice Frega's motive for the murder was to claim the victim's inheritance. However, the defense brought forth a witness who testified that Beatrice was disinherited by her father 5 years ago. Am I correct, Miss Tymora?
You are, Your Honor.
Very well. Considering the circumstances, I think it's best to have Lady Frega repeat her testimony. Bailiff, please escort Lady Frega to the stand once more. Miss Frega, could you please give your testimony to the court once more?
Of course. After my sister's accident, my father said that she was unfit to inherit our noble house. He declared to our family that he would be removing her from his will. It was 5 years ago, but I remember it well. One day, we all woke up and discovered that Beatrice had fled from our home. She left a note for us, and in it she renounced her name and denounced my father.
So your father disinherited Beatrice shortly after her departure?
Yes, he did. As such, Beatrice would have no motive to murder her father. Any inheritance she could have received would be long gone by the night of the murder.
Was that really true, though? Okay. Unfit to inherit assets. That seems awfully cruel of him. It was just an accident, wasn't it?
My father was always thinking about the broader picture. He just wanted an excuse to punish her. He must have thought that this was for my sister's own good.
She probably didn't want to speak ill of her father in the courts, but it seemed that she understood the type of person he was. Removing her from his will. So he was making a show of it and sending a message to the rest of your family. I felt a little guilty for doing this to her, but I would need to establish Beatrice's motive whenever I could.
Objection!
Your Honor, I find Cuthbert's comments to be extremely insensitive to the witness. I see no reason for him to speak ill of the deceased.
I am compelled to agree. He was using the judge's fear of House Frege against me. Man, this case is really not doing Ruby any favors in Tyrion's eyes. It's like, I mean, Ruby's been known for doing blackmail and intimidation and all that kind of stuff. Right there, intimidation. I mean, before Tyrion denied that he would do such things, but oh my. Is it all gonna come crashing down? Okay, I remember it well 5 years ago. You must have been less than 13 years old at the time. I can't imagine how that must have been. But can we really trust your testimony if you were only a child at the time?
I remember it vividly. My father's words, the look of absolute fury on my sister's face. I even remembered the way the sun was shining through the window that morning. It was all my fault. I remember everything.
Wait, her sister's face. Wasn't... Miriam wasn't there, was she? Not sure, was sorry, Lefe. Right, we're talking to Miriam. Yeah. Lefe... Beatrice was supposed to be gone. And I thought there was something about Lefe only being adopted more recently, or I don't know. I could be misremembering. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's something to prod into. Okay, it sounded like a painful memory for her, and she seemed to blame herself for what happened. It'd be best not to press her more than necessary. We haven't discovered that Beatrice had fled. That must have been a surprise for all of you. Did she tell anyone else about her plan?
No, she didn't. She left without a word to anyone. You should have spoken with us first.
She seemed to be sincere about that.
Left a note for us, renounced her name, denounced father.
From what I've heard about your father, I don't find that surprising.
That's... It's clear to everyone involved that my client was not treated well by her father. That's what drove her to leave the Frege estate. My father had many responsibilities. He had much to consider. And that justified his treatment of your sister?
Despite being her witness, Miss Timora really wasn't holding back against Miriam. I'd felt it while I was watching from the gallery. A part of her testimony didn't match with what I'd learned from my investigation. It must have been something that Lefe told me. Hmm. I'm thinking it's the 5 years ago thing. Was it Lefe not being part of the house at that time? Just not sure if I'm misremembering it. I don't know, I'm gonna YOLO it.
Objection!
Clearly, the witness's testimony is contradictory. I think this is wrong. And this piece of evidence proves it. Yeah, there wasn't the ding or whatever. Yeah. Oh, wait, was it after the sister's accident? Oops. No, I don't think that was it. I mean, is it the thing that... disinheriting her that night? Wait, how do we know that again? Is that from... oh, darn it. I forget actually where I got that clue. I don't know, I'll try it.
Objection!
No, that's not the right one. Or maybe it was 5 years ago.
Objection!
That's it. Miss Frege, it's clear that you're regretful about how your eldest sister was treated. That guilt must have eaten at you after all these years.
Cuthbert, I know you don't have a good history with the witness, but you shouldn't rub salt in her wounds.
I was just pointing out the witness's personal connection to the defendant, Miss Tymora. She clearly regrets not standing up for her sister all those years ago. So perhaps she's trying to make up for that. By lying to protect her.
Excuse me? I did nothing of the sort.
Miss Frege, you testified that your father disinherited Beatrice 5 years ago. However, I have testimony from another witness who spoke with the victim on the night of the murder. After Beatrice's meeting with William Frege, he openly declared that he would be removing her from his will. He even entered his study to draft a new will to reflect that decision. Was that from Leife? I remember that she knew he was making modifications to the will, but I didn't remember the part where she knew that it was about Beatrice. So that raises the following question. Why would the victim need to declare that he was disinheriting the defendant? It doesn't make sense if he had already disinherited her 5 years ago.
Is that so? Well, who did you hear this from? It's clear that they had no understanding of my father's estate.
They had no understanding? Miriam, this testimony came directly from your sister, Leife Frege. Miriam grimaced. He probably didn't talk to Leife about this beforehand. And she should have also been present during this alleged meeting 5 years ago.
Well, she must be mistaken then.
Objection!
Your Honor, how can we trust second-hand testimony from a witness who isn't here? Wouldn't it make more sense to have Leife give her testimony directly?
I must agree with you, Miss Tymora. Leife Frege should be allowed to clear up this misunderstanding. She looked way too confident. What was she planning? I'm not sure if it was intentional, but Miriam's testimony was clearly contradictory. Could she be lying to protect Beatrice? Miss Timora might be betting that Lefe would do the same. Bailiff, please escort Lefe Frega to the stand. Lefe, when we spoke earlier, you mentioned that your father decided to disinherit Beatrice. And he decided this after their meeting on the night of the murder. Is this correct?
Yes, I did say that. You see, Lefe, Cuthbert doubts the testimony given by your younger sister. He seems to think that she's committed perjury. What?
I wouldn't go so far as to say...
Witness, lying under oath is a serious crime. It would have harsh consequences, even for someone of your status.
Oh, and here's the blackmail. Sort of.
No, she couldn't have. Wonderful. Are you saying that you can corroborate your sister's testimony?
Miss Timora, you can't just intimidate the witness.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Cuthbert. I'm just informing the witness of the law. What she does is ultimately her choice.
She really was as ruthless as people said she was. I just never expected to have to deal with this myself.
So, Lefe, assuming Miriam wasn't lying under oath, would you please testify to the court to confirm what your sister said? Yes, of course.
Man, Lefe. Why you gotta do this?
You see, Miriam was quite young when my father called us into his study 5 years ago. She didn't understand what he was really doing.
Oh? Wait, what?
My father would often lie to us. It was one of the many ways that he kept us in line.
Okay. Well, is she gonna undercut the testimony and make it look like not perjury? But will it hold up to Ruby?
The encounter that Miriam described was just another one of his lies. Despite their disagreements, my father would never disinherit Beatrice without a good reason. Even when she left, he always assumed that she would eventually return home. The truth is that none of us knew what my father was planning for House Frega's future. See, Cuthbert, the truth is much more complicated. No one could have really known what William Frega was planning for his estate.
Lefe was definitely trying to cover for Miriam, and Miss Timora was playing her like a fiddle. Luckily for me, she wasn't the only person who gave a statement to me. Wait, what? Well, okay, so I guess... So Beatrice could still have been under the assumption that she was disinherited when she wasn't? Or wait, no, because that would work against Ruby. Or no, that would work for Ruby. Okay, I'm getting everything mixed up in my head. Okay. Yeah, because if he was disinherited, there'd be no reason to murder him. Okay. Yeah, this doesn't actually help us, but... how can we make this work in our favor? So you're saying that Miriam's testimony was based on a misunderstanding?
Yes, my father was never direct with his actions. He's always known just what to say to keep people under control.
I often lie.
I'm aware of how it sounds, but he had much to consider outside of his family. The Fregas are one of the pillars of Wyverngard after all. Keeping the family aligned with our house's goals was one of his responsibilities. We were his daughters. How could he be so cruel?
It's clear that she didn't agree with what she's saying. She must also be trying to keep her family's name clean. Another one of his lies. So you really think that your father would lie about something so important?
It was of great importance. That's why he had to lie. He wanted to make us understand the consequences of disobeying him. What kind of father does that?
But if he truly wanted to scare all of you, why wouldn't he disinherit Beatrice? Assumed she'd eventually return home.
My father was always more pragmatic than vengeful. I imagine that he expected her to fail on her own, and if she ever came back, he would be forced to admit that she needed him. If he could make someone like Beatrice feel powerless, the rest of us would no doubt have fallen into line. Looking back, I suppose that's all we ever were to him. Assets to be appraised and traded.
I heard a bit of resentment in her voice. Notice new 5 planning. If that were true, why would he tell you that he was disinheriting Beatrice?
Perhaps it was a warning. I had my own share of disagreements with him after all. Still not sure if he was telling me the truth last night either.
That would depend on what Miss Timora and Beatrice discussed with the Duke. And right now, I still had no idea what they even talked about.
Did William Frege really lie to them?
From what we know, I honestly wouldn't put it past him. He clearly had very little respect for his daughters.
But there were other people that he did respect.
Right. Was there anyone else that he would have told the truth to? Anyone else that he would have told the truth to? Oops, I didn't mean to press that again. Someone else that he told the truth to. Could it be Lloyd? I don't know. I mean, we'd have to call him to the stand. What do we hear? Prince? Wait. Well, I mean, yeah, you'd have to tell the truth to the prince, right? If that's true, then the prince wouldn't have had to call off the engagement. He was under the impression that she had been disinherited. I think. Or was he? Or was it just that she ran away without telling him? But again, I'd have to call him to the stand, wouldn't I? I'll give it a shot.
Objection!
Nope, that's wrong. I can tell by the sound cues. Or... Okay, none of us knew what... Maybe it's that one. Oh, okay. And now I'm gonna have to go through all that again. The ending stuff. Yeah. Or anyone else?
Objection!
Oh my goodness, why did... Wait, what? But yeah, that was to present. So I'll try and present Prince here?
Objection!
No, that's wrong. Is it one of the clues? Oh. It was the engagement. Yeah. He was staring me right in the face, and I didn't even think to connect that. Yeah, he would tell Leife, wouldn't he? Since she's gonna be the head of house.
Objection!
Yep, that's right. Miss Frege, did you really have no idea about House Frege's future?
No, I didn't. My father made sure of that. As I told you, he kept many secrets and wasn't above lying to us.
But with Beatrice gone, you would have been the one to inherit your father's estate. Would you really be ignorant of your father's plans for House Frege? Unfortunately for you, I don't think you'd be that careless. In fact, I have it on good authority that you knew exactly how William's inheritance would be divided before that night.
What?
Leife, according to Lloyd von Sanctus, you were arranged into a diplomatic marriage with his son. You expressed resistance to this arrangement. Am I correct?
I have no reason to comment on that matter. Cuthbert, the witness's personal matters are hardly any of our business.
Yes, I must ask that you keep this discussion relevant to the case. Bruh, it is completely relevant. She was going to inherit the house. Like, that is very good grounds for her being able to understand how things are working. Your Honor, Leife's resistance to this marriage is exactly how I know that her testimony is false. She would make sure to know every detail about how it would affect her and her house. And that includes how House Frege would be inherited by her future husband. So that raises the question, Leife. If you already knew the intricate details of this marriage, why would your father tell you that he was disinheriting your sister? That statement would only make sense if Beatrice was already in his will beforehand. That would render Miriam's testimony false and constitute a motive for the defendant.
Objection!
Oh, what are you going to come back with now?
It's a decent argument, Cuthbert, but it relies on one assumption.
And what assumption would that be, Miss Timora? Even if he was lying, the victim declared that he was revoking Beatrice's inheritance. She must have already been named in the will previously. Otherwise, there would have been no need for him to say that. It wouldn't make sense otherwise.
And that's where your assumption is. You're assuming that William Frege was acting logically.
What are you talking about?
It's clear that William Frege was extremely controlling of his daughters. By your own admission, Leife Frege was resistant to the marriage arranged by her father. In addition to that, Miriam Frege found herself wrapped in controversy regarding the Nightgrave trial a few months ago. And finally, Beatrice Frege, the prodigal child, finally returned and made a public spectacle of it during the Lord's ball. What are you trying to insinuate? In his eyes, William Frege's ability to keep his daughters in line was clearly weakening. He must have gotten desperate and made a grand declaration in a feeble attempt to scare you, Leife. Even if that declaration was clearly inconsistent.
I mean, that's an assumption. You're fighting... I mean, It's an assumption that he's acting logically, but it's also an assumption that he's acting illogically.
But he wouldn't. Your ability to remember must be muddled by the shock of your father's death. His statement couldn't have possibly been true. If by some chance it were true, that would make you guilty of perjury. Or perhaps it was Miriam that was lying in her testimony. If your father's statements were true, the court might be inclined to investigate her for lying on the stand.
Miss Timora, are you threatening her?
As I said before, I am merely stating the law. I'm just asking her to consider the potential consequences of what she says next. I do.
Damn it. He was really pressuring Leife to side with her. She was clearly conflicted, though. Wasn't there anything I could do? I could feel a sense of clarity when I looked at her. Was the Eye of Horus reacting to her stress?
I'm sorry. I need time to think. Please don't stare at me like that, Mr. Cuthbert. Yeah, don't stare at her like that.
Help. I need an adult.
Tyrion, focus. Wait a minute. Your Honor, I would like to...
It was too late.
Naught can remain concealed.
I activated the Empowered Eye once again. There had to be something in her mind that I could use. The state of her father's inheritance was the backbone of my case. Was there anything in her mind that could definitely prove what was on his will? Yeah, you're not the only one with some tricks, Ruby. Oh, yeah. Something that could prove... See what she says when I present the engagement.
As much as I hate to admit it, this trial is a perfect opportunity to back out of my marriage to Jaden. Von Sanctus's holdings are weakening by the day. I doubt he'll be able to put up much resistance. And once Beatrice inherits the estate, we might be able to rebuild our family.
She was assuming that Beatrice would inherit House Frege. That confidence must have meant that she was certain of what was in William's will. But how could I prove that? Okay, I need like 3 more things, maybe. Hey, what if I ask about the rats?
What? Why am I thinking about this?
That didn't evoke any useful thoughts from her. Okay. If his testimony, I don't know if that would do anything different.
I need to make sure that I tell the truth without harming Miriam or Beatrice. Beatrice couldn't have possibly done this. And I'm sure Miriam also had her reasons. They couldn't rely on me back then, but they can now.
I didn't get any leads from that.
The lockdown system?
No, okay. No, but actually, this case might be longer than I thought. Now that I think of it, we're still only trying to prove Miriam's motive. We haven't even really touched the actual murder case yet. Think about Miriam.
Why would Miriam say those things? Am I misremembering what happened? No, I would have remembered something like that. She must be trying to protect Beatrice.
So Miriam's testimony was a conscious lie. Beatrice's inheritance wasn't revoked until the night of the murder. Okay. Think about Beatrice.
Beatrice. After all these years, she's finally returned.
Umineko flashbacks.
I can't believe that this is how things have ended up. Only I were as strong as her. I'd be able to endure this.
I didn't get any leads from that. The Crown Prince? No, okay. What about Lloyd von Sanctus? No, okay, the same thing about backing out of the marriage. What about yourself? Nope. Harold? No. Okay. Let's see. Think about Beatrice's blindness. No, okay, just about Beatrice. Did I try thinking about the inheritance? Okay, just about the backing out of the marriage. What if I think about Divine Edict? Nope, okay. Think about Ruby?
Ruby Timora. I've heard stories about her. I never expected Beatrice to hire someone like her. I wonder if she'll be at the will reading tomorrow.
A will reading? Was it for William Frega's will? Oh. That was the right thing, okay. Think about William Frega. I should have tried that earlier.
Father, I know we had our differences, but I did love you, and I never wanted you to die.
He seemed genuinely surprised and regretful about his death. From our encounter earlier, I knew that Beatrice had an accomplice, but I doubted that it was Leife. I believe you've had enough time for deliberation, Mr. Cuthbert. Are you able to prove the defendant's motive or not?
I'm not, Your Honor.
At least, not yet.
Debated.
It's clear that we won't get anywhere until we can confirm the state of William Frega's will. And we can easily confirm that tomorrow morning, when William Frega's will is read to his family.
How did you...
I see. Once his will is read, it will become public record. I see no harm in waiting until tomorrow morning. I have no choice but to suspend this trial until William Frega's will can be read.
Objection!
The heck?
This is ludicrous. The case against my client is completely outrageous. We've spent the entire court proceedings arguing if her motive even exists. The prosecution has very little evidence that physically implicates my client.
Miss Tymora, you clearly don't believe that the defendant had anything to do with the murder.
Of course I don't. She's completely innocent.
Well, if your client didn't murder the victim, then who did?
You little...
Your Honor, with no other suspects, are you in a position to pass a verdict? Oh, he's throwing things right back at her. Hey, Ruby, you know that thing about intimidation that you were doing earlier? I can do it too. No, I am not. I felt a bit guilty for using this trick against Miss Tymora, but I knew Beatrice was guilty. She'd always taught me to use any ploy I could to win anyway. Mr. Cuthbert is correct. The court does not have enough information to pass a verdict. Until the Inquisition has time to investigate these new developments, I will be suspending today's trial. We will resume the trial tomorrow afternoon. Court is adjourned.
Well, that happened.
Sorry, I kind of acted without thinking.
But the weirdest part is that Steelwind somehow knew you would do that.
Right. That is strange. Did she seriously predict what I'd do off of that one conversation? Considering how things turned out, she was right on the mark. But that was still a gigantic gamble on her part. Anyways, we have some time to ourselves. I'd really like to catch up on some sleep.
Yeah, today's been exhausting for a lot of reasons.
And my work had only started. I still had no idea who Beatrice's accomplice was. The will reading was just an opportunity to buy us some time. So the question remained, who really murdered William Frege?
What the hell was that? Why is your son filling in for Arya? You told me he was harmless. Listen, I have the situation under control. If that's true, I'd hate to see a situation you consider out of control. Eris, my father is not pleased with today's developments. You promised that the verdict would be passed before William Frege's will became public record. This has thrown quite a wrench into the plan. I understand. Cuthbert is just confused, but he's not a threat to us. We'd better hope you're right, Tymora. Or else your poor ward might suffer the same fate as Prosecutor Steelwind. What? House Frege is too important a prize for us to let go. Bring us results, Tymora, or we or else we might continue to take more drastic measures.
Hmm.
Miriam, there you are. Where have you been? I've been speaking to Father's attorneys. His estate is in absolute chaos. You really need to do that? I'm sure they have it under control. These vultures are practically salivating over Father's death. The will hasn't even been read yet. Yet I can barely keep these cretins from robbing us blind. Oh, I see. You were quiet at the funeral this morning. Are you okay? Of course I am. Miriam, I know things are chaotic now, but we'll get through this together. Beatrice has finally returned. Maybe now we can... And why do you think she has returned? And why do you think she returned? What? She was clearly doing quite well for herself. She could have come back at any time. And the very night she returns, Father ends up with a knife in his throat. Can you say that? Weren't you trying to protect her at the trial yesterday? Don't tell me you actually believe she did this. Her attorney is Ruby Tymora, Lefe. Even you can put together what that means. No, I know her. She would never do this. You know her? Lefe, she's a completely different person. She might as well be a stranger to us. How can you say that? You adored her so much. I did, Lefe, but things have obviously changed. Everything changed after she abandoned us. The only difference is that I'm not going to fall apart over it like some sad, mournful child. Miriam, I just wanted us to be a family again. Well, you're going to be sorely disappointed, just like you always are. You always live in a land of fairy tales. Then you act like the victim when reality fails to live up to that.
Am. But true.
I don't do that. Wake up, Lefe. He's not here for us. He's here for Father's money. Now, if you're done weeping over the absolute disaster that is our family, I need to think about what all this means for my future. I suggest you do the same.
Damn.
What do I do?
For the first time since the Lord's Ball, I was finally able to get some sleep. I woke up this morning refreshed, but also a little anxious about the results of the will reading. We arrived back at Frigga Manor. Beatrice, Lefe, Miriam, and Von Sanctus had all been gathered. I have to wonder, will they really not try to, like, steal the will or something, or destroy it? Along with Miss Tymora, who was accompanying Beatrice as her attorney. I wasn't really sure what to say to her after everything that's happened. The air still felt too awkward to approach her and talk about it. Thank you all for coming here today. As William Frigga's close associate, I must express my deepest condolences for your loss. I think I speak for all of Wyverngard when I say...
Enough. Just get on with it.
Very well, then. To get straight to the point, the Duke's will was magically sealed when it was given to me. He asked me, his executor, not to submit it to the courts for probate until after his death. Although I imagine none of us expected such a time to come so suddenly. The attorney opened the sealed envelope and quickly scanned over the will. The Duke's assets included sole ownership of several banking houses throughout Rivengard, the equivalent of 10 million gold in various investments.
10 million?
10 million gold. I couldn't even begin to imagine what anyone could do with that amount of wealth. And lastly, sole control and ownership of the Frege noble house. I, William Frege, being of sound mind and body, do hereby declare this to be my last will and testament. I hereby give, devise, and bequeath all of my assets and property, both real and personal, to Jaden von Sanctus. What? Ah. Provided that he enters into a legal and binding engagement with my daughter, Leife Frege, within 6 months of the date of my death. What? That's... William must have added that addendum to prevent von Sanctus from trying to steal his empire. But that legal and binding engagement was predicated on Leife accepting it. Oh. Huh. She clearly didn't want to go through with it. So if she simply waited 6 months, von Sanctus wouldn't have any claim to the estate. In the event that Jaden von Sanctus does not enter into such an engagement within the specified time frame, my assets and property shall be distributed as such. All of House Frege will be divided equally among my children, as per the laws of our kingdom. I was right. William Frege never disinherited Beatrice. And since Beatrice would receive a portion of William's inheritance, he had a motive to commit the murder. I glanced at Miriam. It was hard to read her expression, but something appeared to be on her mind. Without a word, she walked out of the room, ignoring both Beatrice and Leife. Leife, on the other hand, seemed to be in good spirits.
Isn't this great, Beatrice? You can lead House Frege now, just as it should have been.
Regarding that, in light of recent events, I believe I should clarify one thing. As per the Slayer rule, if Beatrice Frege is found guilty in the current court case, her inheritance will be revoked and divided between you and your sister.
I see. I shouldn't feel so happy for myself.
That can't be all, can it? Surely William added a note of Leife's obligation to marry my son. I'm not sure what you're trying to imply. Leife Frege is an adult with legal autonomy. She is free to make whatever decision she wishes about who she legally marries. Now, if you'll excuse me... Wait! We're not finished yet! Come back here! Get wrecked, von Sanctus.
I'd love to catch up with you, Leife, but I was only allowed out of my cell to attend the reading.
I noticed an Inquisition knight outside the door. He seemed to be watching Beatrice intently.
But don't worry. I'm sure once this misunderstanding is resolved, we can talk all we want about our family's future. Of course.
A group of knights led Beatrice out of the manor, and Leife followed after them, leaving Celeste and I alone with Miss Timora. Awkward. About what happened.
Look, I'm not angry, Cuthbert.
Oh.
It was an extremely unforeseen situation, and Steel would clearly put you on the spot. You felt pressured to do something, and you made a rash decision. I'm sure the court will understand if you withdraw.
What?
Cuthbert, you're not a prosecutor. You know that, right? Didn't you become an attorney to defend persecuted mages?
But Beatrice is guilty. I saw it.
I'm not going to argue about this again. You are going to withdraw. This is not up for discussion.
I'd always regarded and respected Miss Tymora. She'd never steered me wrong before. Maybe she was right. Maybe she knows more about what's going on than I did. She was still my mentor. I wanted to believe that. I really did. But deep down, I knew that this was wrong. Miss Tymora may believe in Beatrice's innocence, but I couldn't just abandon this case and let her escape justice. My hands were trembling. Why was I so scared right now? I felt Celeste gently holding my shaking hand from behind me. It was warm and comforting. It was that same sensation that I'd felt back then. I took a deep breath. I'm not going to do that, Miss Tymora.
What?
I'm not going to withdraw. If you believe in Beatrice's innocence, if you truly believe you're on the right side, then prove it by beating me.
Fine. Do whatever you want, but you're only going to make everything more difficult for everyone. Tyrion?
As soon as Miss Tymora stepped out of the room, my body dropped to the floor. Whatever bravery I felt before got replaced with an extreme amount of fatigue. Scaled Lord. That's the first time I've ever... That's the first time I've ever spoken to her like that.
But you still did it. You stood your ground. Figuratively, I mean. Right now, you're just kind of sitting on the floor.
Yeah, I need to take a moment. Can we go back to the ballroom? Hey, so... I didn't want to interrupt whatever that was. Oh, yeah, but you had no issues interrupting the ballroom confession. Thanks, Orem. But no, I guess I should take it as he's learning.
Just follow us to the ballroom, Orem.
We all returned to the ballroom.
You okay?
Yeah, I just needed a moment. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. I still had a job to do. The will reading brought us a few more hours to investigate the murder. We should take advantage of the new information we just learned. So, where should we start first? Oh yeah. I wasn't even thinking, but that means that now we're in charge of Orem. This feels so weird. Right. I was the prosecutor now. That technically made me his boss for the time being. This is weird, right? This is so weird.
Yep.
Awkwardness aside, I've never really led a task force before. What would Steelwind normally do in this situation? Well, she'd normally have us investigate areas of interest. Right. The context of the investigation tends to change after each round of court proceedings. What we're lacking right now is physical evidence. Could you and the Inquisition search the gallery in Beatrice's room? Maybe you can find evidence of how the Sword of Spell-Eating was stolen. Whatever you say, boss.
I That covers the Inquisition, but what are we going to do?
The Duke's inheritance plays a large role in this case. Even if it's not valid, we should take a look at the modified will that he was drafting. It might give us some insight about what he was really planning to do with his inheritance.
Repario Arcanum.
The chandeliers look fancy enough to be worth a small fortune. Banking houses are loaded, aren't they? Each of these tables has a centerpiece of flowers on it. To be honest, it looks kind of tacky. Their notion of aesthetics must fly over the heads of peasants like us. The investigation. I just can't wrap my head around it. I know he wasn't the best dad, but I can't believe she actually killed him.
And for what? Wealth and power?
That's just how the aristocracy works. Even the weakest noble has a large amount of political power.
Sometimes I feel lucky that I grew up in Cornhaven.
Next lead.
Where should we go next?
William retreated into his study to draft a new will. Even if it's not valid, we should try to look for it there. It might give us some insight into the headspace he was in that night. Hey, look at my badge. I'm technically a prosecutor now, but I have this attorney's runestone.
Ah, there it is.
Oh, I think... yeah, this is the same it was before, I think. Yep. Wants to make a magic weapon. Oh no, she's smug. Okay, the study, the sitting room, and Beatrice's room.
Come on, where is it?
As we entered William Frega's study, we spotted a small figure rifling through the drawers of his desk.
Why isn't it here? Where else would he put it? Miriam? What?
She banged her head before she quickly stood. She tried to subtly slide the drawers closed, but I'd seen it clearly. This is a crime scene. What are you doing here, Miriam?
As if that's any of your business.
Considering that I'm the prosecutor, it's very much my business. I glanced at the knights stationed outside the room. They should have stopped her from entering, but they were probably intimidated by her status. Yay, now we're in charge of the incompetent knights. Oh goody. However, this could be a blessing in disguise. She was clearly looking for something in this room, and I had a feeling that I knew what it was. The modified will.
Repario Arcanum.
Wow. A large mahogany table at the end of the room. Duke must have done his work there. Window that leads into this room, magically reinforced. Bookshelf. Wonder what kind of books the Duke's owned. Or Duke owned. Right, they're all blank. Real books, okay. Yeah, I've seen most of this stuff before. Oh wait, did I check those out before? There's several books about economics and politics. Doesn't look like there's anything of note. Fireplace. It's pretty narrow. Kid wouldn't be enough. Painting is some sort of scholar. Rook Russengar. Rook the cook. Demons and demons. Yeah. You know what? I think I have an idea where the will might be. What were you looking for? What could be so important that you disturb an active crime scene?
It's none of your concern. I'm merely trying to find something that belongs to me.
Really? Because I have a feeling that we might be looking for the same thing. You're looking for the will that your father was drafting, aren't you?
That's... Were you trying to destroy it before we could get to it? No, of course not. I just needed to see it for myself. Did she really do this?
I thought she might have been blackmailed into destroying it, but I guess it's just out of curiosity. Modified will. Why are you so determined to see the drafted will, Miriam?
I just wanted to see what my father's final wishes were.
But your father already had a will filed previously. Wouldn't that be enough? You also suspect something, don't you?
Of course not. Beatrice would never do something like this.
Miss Frege, I never even mentioned Beatrice. I know we're not on the best terms, but please understand that we're just trying to get to the truth. I don't think your sister did this, but she may have been involved. She may have worked with someone else to orchestrate her father's death. Unlike Leife, she didn't immediately deny it. Where's the will? Where is the will, Miriam? I need to see it.
I don't know. I haven't been able to find it.
I recall that she was frantically searching William's desk earlier. He was probably telling the truth.
It should have been here, but I can't find it.
He locked the door when he was drafting it. In addition to that, the Inquisition closed the area off after the body was discovered. That means that someone took it during the lockdown. Oh? Oh, did someone take it, though? Okay, died before his will could be submitted, so it's not valid. The draft was supposedly stolen during the lockdowns, likely the murderer took and/or destroyed it. I mean, why are you just guessing that it was stolen? What if he just hid it really well?
It was probably stolen by whoever murdered him, right?
Yeah, that would make the most sense. Which means that whoever did this wanted to nullify whatever was written on it. I mean, I guess we could assume it's stolen. Because if he was killed while he was working on it, then it should have just been, like, out on his desk. He wouldn't have had time to put it away. Or if he did, he would have just shoved it in a drawer or something. But, yeah. Alright. It was looking more and more like the motive behind this was William's inheritance. Anyways, looks like we won't be able to find the will. But the fact that it was taken must imply something. For now, we should follow other leads. We still don't know who committed the murder and how. Don't we already know the how? The murderer stole the sword of spell eating and used it to break into the study. That's true, but think about how they would have needed to move around the manor. The murder took place on the first floor within William Frege's study, but the gallery was on the second floor. They would have needed to go upstairs, steal the sword from the gallery, and then use it to nullify the lock on the study. Not only that, they would have needed to go back upstairs and plant the sword in Beatrice's room.
About that, if someone conspired with Beatrice to do this, why would they plant the sword in her room?
It's a good point. Maybe they had a falling out. Her partner might have tried to betray her by pinning the blame on her.
But if that was true, why wouldn't she just sell them out and make a deal with Steelwind? It would be because of the Slayer rule. Slayer rule? I remember the guy at the will reading also mentioned that. What does that mean? It was a law passed by the Crown centuries ago. If someone is involved in another person's death, even accidentally, they will not be allowed to inherit the deceased's property. So even if Beatrice wasn't directly responsible, she'd lose her cut of the inheritance if she took a plea deal.
More importantly, it didn't sound like Miriam believed in Beatrice's innocence either. If that was true, what else could she tell us? Beatrice's guilt. Miriam, it almost sounds like you suspect Beatrice as well.
That's...
Am I incorrect?
I don't know what to think anymore. Why else would she threaten me?
Oh. Wait, she was threatened? Miriam, did Beatrice threaten you in some way?
What? Of course not.
Your testimony yesterday was quite convenient for the defense. It almost got the whole case thrown out. And Lepe didn't seem to understand what was going on either. With the way she gave her testimony yesterday, it was almost like she was covering for you.
Does he seriously not know? Please, promise me that you won't tell anyone about this.
I won't tell anyone. What happened?
About an hour after the murder, I was approached by Ruby Timora.
Oh. Oh no.
She gave me a list of statements to give in my testimony.
Oh.
The statements weren't true, but she assured me that my status would protect me from any scrutiny.
What?
She had information that I had tried to keep secret, and she threatened to make it public unless I cooperated with her.
No. No, she would never do that.
I'm telling the truth. Please, you can't tell Timora that I told you. You'll ruin me.
The eyes show that her fear is genuine. She wasn't lying. Yeah, flashback to the very first case, I think. I've seen how she defends her clients. Forgery, bribery, blackmail. He'll do whatever it takes to win. Doesn't matter what you say. I know you're just like her. Those rumors, were they really true this whole time? No, absolutely not.
Hey, Tyrion, are you okay?
Now wasn't the time to doubt myself. There was too much at stake right now, and I wasn't done yet. We should check on Commander White. He might have found something.
Okay. Just don't push yourself, okay?
Yeah. I'd have plenty of time to think about this later. He saw that Miriam wasn't lying. Well, he saw that her fear was genuine. No, it's not a completely believable, or, well, you can't just draw a conclusion from that. Although it is rather damning. Hey, did I show you my runestone yet? I don't think I did.
I should have known you were an attorney when you showed it to me back at the academy. Yeah, you almost blew our cover, Tyrion.
It's a habit.
To think you'd be so enamored with such a mundane piece of artificery.
Dang. Did I ask you about Leifei? What's your relationship with Leifei? Or like with Leifei?
I don't want to talk about that. I regret saying those things to her.
She's a tsundere! But heavy on the sun. Ask you about Beatrice?
Beatrice. She's changed so much since I last saw her.
What was she like before?
It was far quicker to anger before. Never cared much about decorum. She looks so composed and calm now. Like she's a totally different person. It was terrifying before, but now it's impossible to read what she's thinking.
Okay. Well, she was more impulsive before. Maybe that clapping is just her calming herself down. Yeah, she's probably just as irritable. Well, and I mean, at the end of that court case there, or well, that section of the court case, she got all upset at Ruby. She didn't do the clapping thing. So yeah, it's probably like a stress relief or something. Any thoughts on Lloyd von Sanctus? Nope. Any thoughts on the Crown Prince? Nope. Alright, let's go. The sitting room. As we moved around the manor, I peeked into the sitting room to see if von Sanctus was still there. I didn't see him there, but I spotted the Grand General. Oh, hey there, Lucio. It's been a while. This aura. An enemy? Here? Immediately aura farming. You must be daft if you think I wouldn't notice your presence, Luminite. What? Did he notice us? I was barely inside the room. Before I had a chance to respond, Lucio grabbed the handle of his great axe and charged toward us. Lucio, are you quite sane, my guy? Has he not seen everything that's gone down recently? And I mean, he knows about Tyrion. He swung his weapon, using its hefty weight to propel him forward and close the distance between us. Wait, I brought up my arms to block his blow, but in hindsight, that probably wouldn't have done much against a weapon that large. Ortegas. I opened my eyes. Celeste was now standing between the Grand General and I. Dang, she looked so intimidating. I'm not sure what happened, but it looked like she'd knocked him several feet back. Oh, snap. He's strong enough to push Lucio motherfucking Steelwind back several feet. Oh, it's you two.
That's all you have to say? You could have killed him.
You shouldn't have snuck up on me like that. I almost cleaved him in two.
Tyrion didn't do anything wrong. Who the hell do you think you are?
What happened? Why is his aura so much stronger? Huh? I mean, is it because he's getting more of a handle on his abilities, or... Oh, no. Because he met with that being in that white space. Probably because he has that contract thing or whatever. Yeah. Divine Edict. Celeste, it's fine. I'm not hurt. She looked more than a little irate right now, but she begrudgingly put away her sword. It's got that smile. The Grand General was one of the people with the motive to murder William Frege. Not to mention that he was clearly no stranger to violence. He might know something. At the very least, he might have some knowledge about William and his affairs.
Arcanum.
Paying some ventures in a tavern. Supposedly one of Frege's ancestors was part of a band of adventurers. But I couldn't help but feel that there should have been someone in the corner. Yeah. Why did Eris erase that one guy? Chair made from mahogany. Every part of this house just exudes wealth. That wealth was probably siphoned right out of the common folk. Like, is that entire chair made from mahogany, or is there some, like, cloth stuff, or is that just wood? Because if that's just wood, that would be really uncomfortable. It's a window with a view of the outside. Shelf filled with books. Fake books, they're completely blank. It's a door that leads to the coat room. Trumpet. Hey, Lucio. Did I show you my attorney's runestone? It proves that I'm a certified attorney. It's an attorney's runestone. Proves that I'm a certified attorney. I don't understand what you want from me. Rip. Okay, talk to him first. Tyrion and Celeste. Celeste Engie. If looks could kill... Coy, one might misinterpret that look of yours as murderous intent.
Aw, guess you do have some battle instincts after all. I honestly wasn't sure, since you so obviously have a silver spoon stuck up your...
Celeste. Such a lack of respect and discipline. You were one of my soldiers, I'd have you hung. Dang.
If I were one of your soldiers, I'd hang myself.
What? Ooh. Feel the sparks fly.
Anyways, Grand General, you were here at the Lord's Ball when the murder occurred.
I was.
Do you mind if I ask you some questions about what you saw that night?
If that's okay with you.
You don't need to be scared of this guy, Tyrion.
That was easy for her to say. I suppose I must oblige, considering that my daughter has so unceremoniously thrust her responsibilities onto you.
I'm sorry about what happened to your daughter. I'm sure that you're very worried.
It's her own fault for exerting herself despite her injuries. There's a clear line between bravery and foolishness.
How can you say that? Your daughter did everything she could to see justice done.
By prosecuting the heiress of House Frege, he had very little evidence to substantiate a conviction. He wanted to strike a blow to a rival house. He should have made sure her first attack would be her last. But now, if Beatrice Frege is found innocent, any hopes of an alliance between House Frege and House Steelwind will be completely annihilated.
I still cannot completely get a read on Lucio. Night of the murder. Where were you throughout the night, Grand General?
I so loathe gatherings like that, and I couldn't do with all the badgering around the recent news. I was in this room, but then I received word that the Duke's lost heiress made an unexpected appearance. She was supposedly speaking with the Crown Prince, so I made my way to the ballroom.
Did you speak with them at any point?
No. I kept my distance and stayed near the Kingsguard. Needed to make sure she wouldn't try anything.
Why did he let his thoughts leak through like that?
I feel like this is important.
Well, maybe not necessarily important, but an indicator.
Maybe...
I mean, along with what he said about Tyrion's aura is stronger, I wonder if Tyrion's ability to perceive... I wonder if Tyrion's ability to perceive thoughts has grown stronger. Otherwise, if that's not the case, then he'd be letting us see his thoughts. Which I don't know why. Maybe to make his stance clear to us and not anybody that might be eavesdropping? Was this because you were wary of Beatrice Frege?
Anyone who knew Beatrice Frege would be wary of her, and her allegiance with Ruby Tymora is only more concerning.
Okay, well that... So he probably didn't let us see the thought intentionally.
The Crown Prince has always been a bleeding heart, and the Freges are taught to sharpen their tongues from birth. I needed to make sure that she wouldn't try to interfere with his engagement to my daughter.
Huh? I mean...
This could go both ways. Like, is this doting father? Or is this politically motivated, Father? I mean, it could very well possibly be both. You were worried that she was going to try and take Aster back. I was, but it was clear that wasn't her intention. But you did overhear their conversation. What they were talking about? Their conversation was completely inane. It was all just small talk. Lady Freyga spent most of her time entertaining Prince Alaric. Right. The younger prince was there too. Okay. Beatrice's alibi. I knew that Beatrice had some role in the murder, even if she wasn't directly responsible. Did she have some goal when speaking to the two princes? Was she trying to establish an alibi? You went to the ballroom when you heard that Beatrice had returned. Was this before or after the lockdown? It was before the lockdown. That sounded about right. That meant that she was present before the theft was reported. And did you see her leave at any point? No. She spoke with the two princes for quite a while. She didn't leave their side until she was arrested for the Duke's murder. So she was accounted for the entire night. Beatrice's alibi. I spent the entire night speaking with him. But yeah, so she could not have murdered the Duke. Well, not personally. If it was through a familiar, it would be possible, but pretty sure she's not the one that directly murdered him, even through a familiar. Okay. But her thoughts said that she was an accomplice in William's death. How did she participate if she was with the princes this whole time? Thank you for answering our questions, Grand General. I'm merely repaying my daughter's debt to you. He'd been surprisingly cooperative, but that didn't lift any suspicion off of him just yet. I would need to find more evidence if I wanted to know for sure. Anyway, we should probably move somewhere else. Let's go, Celeste. McCoy. What? Your spellcasting is undisciplined, but your battle stance and reflexes are commendable. Huh? You have my respect as a warrior. As if that means anything coming from you. Oof. What an undisciplined and defiant brat. His inner feelings be like, why is she so mean to me? It's just too funny imagining Lucio as a big softy inside. Let's see. What do you have to say about... Lefe? Completely inane. What else do you expect me to say? Understandable. Have a nice day. What about Prince? He has misguided ideals of justice, but I suppose he's still young. But I do worry for our future under his rule. King's health is worsening. Huh? Wait, what? I'd never heard anything about King Olivier being ill. Perhaps it'd be best not to mention it. He'd demand to know how I found out. He seemed to know about the Eye of Horus, but he probably wouldn't take kindly to me reading his mind. Oh, maybe he's not as guarded here?
But if he knows about the Eye of Horus,
Why wouldn't he be? What do you think about Lloyd von Sanctus? Completely inane, Lamau. Get wrecked, Lloyd. Oops. Thoughts on Celeste? Celeste McCoy, the Crimson Demon.
how do people keep learning about that name?
Please, House Steelwind secures the borders of Wyverngard. Don't think I'm unaware of your illegal travels to the Eastern Kingdoms.
Yeah, you want to arrest me? Try it. See how that goes.
I love Celeste so much. Can you stop antagonizing him? He's so sassy. And what do you think about Harold Haraldson? Lord Haraldson. I can't believe it took this long for William to deal with his defiance. But if it were up to me, I'd have the old fool executed for treason. Must only see nails with that gigantic hammer of his. Thoughts on Ruby? I'd have thought that someone of your standing would barely notice someone like me. I knew of you well before Arnax. The infamous Ruby Tymora as well. Right. I also know that my daughter has failed to defeat you even a single time. I await the day when she tears you down from your throne. Oh. Is that some parental feelings bleeding through? Like, I guess just wanting his daughter to become stronger. Okay. I thought he disapproved of her becoming a prosecutor. He wants his daughter to win. Hey, what do you think about Monkey? Okay. What do you think about Arya? I've heard you don't approve of Arya becoming a prosecutor. Of course I don't. A member of House Steelwind shouldn't debase themselves by doing the work of a civil servant. But she clearly has her own motivations for doing so. Is that how you see it? He's merely following the misguided path of the Crown Prince. Regret bringing those two together. Oh? Oh? Okay, that is definitely some parental feelings bleeding through. Because if that was a politically motivated thought, well, it wouldn't be. Because he would love his daughter marrying the Crown Prince no matter what. Yeah, so that's definitely parental feelings. He's a big softie. He's like a Tootsie Pop. He's got a large area of hard shell, but there's still some goo inside. There's some soft stuff. Alright, Beatrice's room. We still haven't really found anything useful. Oh! Well, just as I say this, I think I know what they found. Keep it in that corner. Don't let it get away.
Get away from him!
As we entered Beatrice's room, we saw the Inquisition cornering something near the bed. It was some sort of animal. A wolf, to be exact. Oh, wait, okay, is that the familiar? I thought it was going to be like a rat, but... Okay. Wait, is that... I remember spotting that same wolf on the night of the Lord's Ball. Has it been in the house since the murder? Intruders! Must protect Queen! Surrounded. Must protect territory from enemies. He must have seen the Inquisition as intruders in his territory. But did that mean he saw this room as his home? I slowly started to walk toward him.
Wait, Tyrion?
Stay back, kid. There's no telling what it'll do. I ignored them and continued to approach him. Don't worry. I'm not here to hurt you. Huh? Is human? He can speak language of dog? What? The change in the wolf's portrait, what the heck? Like, it almost looks like it's smirking in the other angle, but now it's like completely normal wolf. It was the same thing that happened with Violetta. I could communicate with any animal. Why are you talking to it? There was a good opportunity before me. I had access to a witness that no one else could talk to. And one that couldn't lie to me. Okay. Now the wolf looks dirty. Okay, spare me to bed. Oh. This tracker's bed. It's like resting on cloud. Oh, it's the dog's room. Occupation dog, age 3. Okay, fairly young dog. Dog in his prime, just about. But yeah, so Beatrice's room has been taken over by Tracker. Huh.
Repario Arcanum.
Dresser covered in a layer of dust. Doesn't look like it's been touched in years. Le Façade. A table for guests, but extremely dusty. What is that look? What the dog doing? Hey dog. Check out this shiny runestone. It means that I'm an attorney. Look, Tracker, it's my attorney's runestone. I just imagine everybody else in the room being like, what the hell is he on about? Rock. It's fitted with artificery. I can use it to take pictures of evidence in crime scenes. Rock. 10 out of 10 would show Rock again. Tracker. Tracker. Is that your name?
What did you...
Yes, Tracker is Tracker. That's the name Queen gave to me. Tracker. Occupation dog. Age 3. The best boy. The bestest boy who ever bested a boy. Oh, is amazing.
Tracker gestured toward Lefe when he mentioned his queen. He called you his queen. Do you know him, Lefe? Yes, but how? How are you talking to it?
That's...
I was so distracted by Tracker that I didn't realize how strange this scene must look to everyone else.
I'm a dog whisperer.
You've never mentioned that before.
You honestly expect us to believe something like that?
Tracker says he can understand him. He told me himself.
Wait, how do you know that? Familiar contract, there it is. Oh my goodness, that just makes me think of the concerned Doge emote. I think that's probably what they were going for. I love that.
Lefe and Tracker.
So, Lefe, how are you able to communicate with Tracker?
Tracker's my familiar.
Familiar. So you have the same magical bond Harold has with his monkey. Familial bond allowed the caster to telepathically speak with their familiar. That must be how she could understand him. You never mentioned him during questioning.
Wasn't relevant to the investigation. I've been keeping him a secret from my family.
I suppose that makes sense. I doubt William Frege would have allowed you to keep an animal in his home. I don't appreciate you from keeping this info from us. I'm just glad no one got hurt because of it. Aside from this dog, we haven't really found anything new.
They couldn't find any more physical evidence of the theft. It looked like we run into another dead end.
Unless... Night of the murder.
Tracker, I saw you on the night of the murder. What? Tracker!
Ruh-roh.
He's supposed to stay in this room.
Wait, is that why you won't allow the servants to enter it?
Didn't want to keep him in Beatrice's room, but he was very insistent that he stay here.
Tracker liked the ambience. Right.
Wait, if you live in this room, did you see who brought the sword of spell eating here? I already asked him about that, but he didn't see anyone. He must have been taking a nap. Either that, or he was roaming outside, even though I told him to stay here.
That stupid look. Tracker see a lot of other things, though. Tracker see many new people that night.
Right. He was roaming the manor during the Lord's ball. He must have seen a lot of new people. Wait, if he was walking around, did he see something that the other witnesses didn't?
What did you see?
Can you tell us what you saw on the night of the murder, Tracker?
Tracker see rat people.
Rat people? This might have been more difficult than I expected. I need you to be more specific. Can you go in order? Tell me about everyone you saw that night.
Okay. Tracker was taking nap in room. Tracker woke up from loud sounds outside. Tracker hears small things running in the walls.
Running in the walls?
Tracker called Queen, but she didn't answer. So Tracker decided to check sound alone. Tracker follows sound outside. That's when Tracker smelled a bad smell. Bad smell? That's when Tracker smelled flying rat. That smug look. You smelled a flying rat? Did you mean like a pigeon? Tracker could smell where a rat was, so Tracker bork at him and bite. He tastes bad. Tracker must have scared Rat because he fell onto the floor and dropped his stick. The rat had a stick? Tracker could see them now, so Tracker did one final bork to scare them off. Rats were scared and went back into the walls. It went into the walls? That's when Tracker picked up the stick Rat dropped. Queen finally answered Tracker. He told him to go back to his room and hide. After message, Tracker brings stick back to room for inspection. Do you remember what time this encounter happened? What is time? Oh my god. What did he say, Tyrion? Did he see anything? I don't know, I have to wonder if that was actually a rat. I sort of wonder if it could have been the pet orangutan, but then how he fit in the wall. Because I sort of wonder if that stick was actually... I mean, it probably wasn't the sword of spell eating. I wonder if that was Celeste's sword. Well, he definitely saw something. Okay. Let's try to take a moment to work through this. Tracker is an animal, and despite being able to speak with him, his use of words is very primitive. You should carefully examine each of his statements. The first thing he heard was small things running in the walls. What did Tracker hear when he woke up? You recall that someone else observed something similar that night. Heard rats running in the vents? Yeah. The servants were complaining about rats running through the air vents. They sent me to take care of it. I heard one of them running in the vents upstairs. Yeah, I followed it here. I figured it had nowhere else to go, so I opened it up and put a trap down. He must have heard the rats that Jan mentioned. They weren't actually running in the walls. They were running in the vents. The next thing he did was call the queen, but she didn't answer. Why didn't Leifei answer? He was referring to Leifei, but she wasn't with him at the time. He must have called out to her telepathically. Oh. Yeah, maybe the familial bond was nullified by anti-magic field. Leifei didn't respond because she never got Tracker's message. The telepathic capabilities granted by familial bond were disabled by the anti-magic field, which meant that this encounter happened during the lockdown. So that covered his first two statements, but I wasn't really sure what to make of the flying rat he saw. Oh yeah, probably Celeste's sword. Because if it's during the lockdown, they've already discovered the sword of spell eating. So then if they've already discovered that, and he brought back Celeste's sword, that would explain why it wasn't found until that point. Oh yeah, did I read the part? I covered his first two statements, but I wasn't really sure what to make of the flying rat he saw. Why did that disappear? Tracker, why did you refer to the rat as flying? Because rats don't usually jump and fly. Yes, I got that. Is it possible that what you saw wasn't really a rat? Rats are rats. They're small things that run and hide. So rat is a general term for him. He uses it to refer to small animals that are acting suspiciously. Anyway, with everything I knew, his last statement didn't make any sense. Why did Tracker finally hear Lei Fei? He said that the Queen finally answered him, and this happened after he picked up the stick. Oh no, never mind. It was the Sword of Spell Eating. Wait, then what about Celeste's sword? Huh. Yeah, it shouldn't have been possible due to the anti-magic field. The stick maybe the Tracker obtained was actually the Sword of Spell Eating. Tracker, about that stick you found, where did you put it after you came back to this room? Wait, but Huh? Well, didn't they find the Sword of Spell Eating, and then that's what triggered the lockdown? Well, I guess... Oh, wait, was I misunderstanding or misread something, or is it... Was it just that they discovered that it was missing? They didn't find it until later? Have I been under a misunderstanding this whole time? Tracker hides stick in safe space, under the bed. Oh? Wait, wasn't... I thought the Sword of Spell Eating was like leaning against a wall or in the corner or something. Under the bed was Celeste's sword. Unless Celeste's sword also works the same way. Huh? And this stick, did it look like the sword that my friend is carrying? What? Hey, your friend stole my other stick. Wait, your other stick? Yeah, Tracker found it while he was hiding from the Metal Men. Metal Men? Is he referring to the Kingsguard? He must have left the bedroom when they were searching for the Sword of Spell Eating. Wait, are you the one who stole Celeste's sword? Tracker. Did Tracker do a bad? It's as I suspected. Tracker was the one who brought the Sword of Spell Eating here. What? I have no idea how or why, but the Sword of Spell Eating was lying in a hallway somewhere. Tracker found it and brought it back to Beatrice's room. His room. No, it wasn't lying in a hallway somewhere. He said that the rat thing had it. No, actually, no. Did he say that... Hold on. Did he say that the rat thing had it? Or just that he picked it up after the rat? I don't think I can go back far enough. And the tracker found it and brought it back to Beatrice's room. His room.
Can't be. So the person who framed Beatrice for the theft was...
Oops. If it weren't for Tracker, the Inquisition would have never honed in on Beatrice at all. Oh. Huh. But why would the Sword of Spell-Eating be lying in a random hallway? Lefe, do you mind if I borrow Tracker for a little bit? It's okay, Queen. He smell good. Tracker, trust him. Thanks, I guess.
Okay, but only if I can come with you.
I knew Miriam's position, but how did Lefe feel about me prosecuting her sister? I nodded to Lefe, but I also sent a subtle gesture to Celeste to keep an eye on her. She silently nodded and slowly followed behind her. Alright, Tracker. Can you take us to the hallway where you found these rats? Yeah. Sure thing, King. It sounded like I'd received a promotion. Just want to see if he looks at me any differently. No. Oh, I see a vent. I allowed Tracker to lead me to the location where he found the Sword of Spell-Eating. Surprisingly, it was fairly close to Beatrice's room. He apparently didn't travel very far before he met those rats he mentioned. As we continued toward our destination, Tracker suddenly became extremely tense. Tracker? What's wrong? Enemy. He was growling toward the end of the hallway. Aster was there. So was Eris. Eris looking rather evil right now. How did she even get access to Freygar Manor?
Oh?
Before we even had a chance to react, Tracker jumped between Eris and me. He began barking at her angrily.
Oh dear. Tracker, stop that!
Lefe tried to calm Tracker down, but he was undeterred. He continued to bark at Eris, and it looked like it was taking all of Lefe's strength to hold him back. Aster,
My apologies, Mr. Cuthbert. I am deathly afraid of dogs. I understand why you're...
Bark, bark, bark!
I have to go.
Before I could get a word in, Aster quickly excused himself and ran down the hallway.
I'm terribly sorry. He's not usually like this. It's to be expected.
Oh? I think it might have... I could barely see a little bit of it, but it might have been something like, animals have always been able to see my true nature.
I'm not sure why, but animals have always disliked me.
What was Eris doing here? She said that her father was friends with Beatrice. Was she involved in the case somehow? I guess it didn't matter. I didn't come here to talk to anyone. I need to examine this hallway and search for clues. So just hold on. Okay. Let me check something quick.
Arcanum.
Oh, magic on the vent? What? What do you see?
I'm seeing small traces of illusion magic inside them. They're in the shape of droplets. And some of them are shaped like footprints.
Footprints? What kind of footprints?
They look like they came from some kind of animal. Hard to tell what kind, though. I also see some small handprints, too.
What?
The traces also go deep inside these vents. It's the same for the other vent, or the vents on the other side, too.
Monkey. There's an air vent over there. Looks like it goes from the ceiling to the ground floor. Is this where that rat escaped to, Tracker? That's where the jumping rat went. I thought you said it was a flying rat. Tracker see that too. It would probably be better just to move on. Anyway, where did this rat come from? Rat come out of other wall. You mean the vent on the opposite side? Yes. Tracker saw flying rat escape that way. What was this rat doing here in the first place? Why would there be traces of illusion magic inside the vents? What spell could have possibly left those traces?
As I told you many months ago, illusion spells tend to do one of two things. They either create freestanding illusions, or they can disguise an existing creature.
Spells only leave traces on the objects they're cast on. A freestanding illusion wouldn't have left traces like this. A disguised creature must have been inside these vents at some point. These small red droplets have to be blood, most likely from a creature affected by an illusion.
But these vents are tiny. No one would be able to fit inside them.
Tracker could see them now. The Tracker did one final bork to scare them off. The rats were scared and went back into the walls. But a rat would be able to fit in these vents.
Oh yeah, I guess that'd be true. But that would mean a rat had an illusion spell active on it at the time.
It's not only that. He said that the Queen finally answered him. This happened after he picked up a stick. Was it strange for Tracker to hear Leif's voice? But that contradicted something else that we knew was active at the time.
What if...
Sort of spelling couldn't have been... seen in this hallway? I mean, I was thinking that... or detect magic wouldn't be active. No, I mean... or, the anti-magic field. Oh, for Tracker to hear Leif's voice. Anti-magic field...
What if...
was active throughout this hallway? Or cast within this hallway? I mean, if he had this sort of spell eating... but I mean, like I said, I thought the Sword of Spell Eating was like in a corner or something. Celeste's sword was found under the bed. Sword of Spell Eating wasn't stolen from this hallway? Or maybe his ability to communicate with Tracker was facilitated by familial bond. Been able to do this during that time. Oh yeah. 'Cause, I mean, Tracker... Even if Tracker had the Sword of Spell Eating, if that's what he had, Leifei wouldn't be able to contact him because, I mean, the anti-magic field would still be working on her. Is active throughout the ballroom? Throughout this hallway? Oh, okay, okay. That shouldn't have been possible because of the anti-magic field. Tracker saw this rat during the lockdown. They would have been inside the anti-magic field created by the lockdown. How could the rat be invisible during the lockdown? There can only be one way that rat could have an illusion spell active on it. Wait, you can't mean... Okay, the rat was holding the Sword of Spell Eating. Yeah. That rat was holding the Sword of Spell Eating. Okay, but also, like, if it came out of the vent and went into, well, yeah, it came out of the vent. Rat dropped the Sword of Spell Eating. How did it get the sword through the vent?
What? That can't be right. A rat wouldn't have the strength or hands to carry a sword.
Tracker's vocabulary is primitive and limited. He uses the word rat to describe small creatures that hide and act suspiciously.
Even if it wasn't an actual rat, it still couldn't have been a human, right?
You're right. It would have been a small animal. A small animal with the strength and dexterity to traverse a small air vent while holding a sword. Yeah, the monkey. Monkeys, even small, are very strong. Eugene.
No. Are you serious?
We know that Harold had a motive to kill William Frege. He was planning to defund the Heralds in Hall of History. They had an argument that night, and that's when William Frege decided that he was going to defund Herald's museums. He must have struck a deal with Beatrice, and with Beatrice's portion of House Frege, he could have easily kept his museums funded. Okay. He could have faked the robbery and sent his familiar to murder William.
Can't believe this.
And there's something else that Tracker said. Tracker could smell where Rat was, so Tracker barked at him. Tracker must have scared Rat, because he fell onto the floor and dropped his stick. A stick? Tracker, you said you had to smell to see where the rat was. And when he dropped his stick, you were finally able to see him. Does this mean you couldn't visually see him before he fell down? Yep. Tracker couldn't see the rat with his eyes, but Tracker used his nose to see it.
The monkey was invisible.
No one would have noticed a small, invisible animal. In addition to that, he could move through the air vents. Eugene would have been nearly undetectable that night. Beatrice is a master of illusion magic. It's possible that she cast invisibility on Eugene. Duration 1 hour. Invisibility? Clap both hands together. But I mean, if that's why she does it normally, then... Is she constantly keeping something invisible? One of the highest forms of illusion magic. This spell makes the target creature or object completely invisible. While invisible, the target will be completely transparent and undetectable visually. If targeting a creature, this spell will also affect anything that the creature is wearing or holding. Well, I mean, she could have a familiar constantly on her. And, like, maybe she's seeing through the familiar, keeping it invisible. And then there's the position of this air vent. We're currently in the hallway just north of Beatrice's room, and this air vent connects to the ground floor. If we align the two maps together, this vent must lead to the storage room.
Right. The air vent there curved upwards. This must be where it leads.
And according to Jan, that air vent led directly to William's study. It would have been the perfect route to enter William's study and leave undetected.
But he wouldn't have had to need... Yeah, he wouldn't have needed to nullify the lock to enter that room. Why would he need to use the Sword of Spell Eating at all?
Because of familial bond, they can telepathically communicate with each other. Harold probably needed Eugene to hold the sword so he could tell him exactly where to go. Okay, but... Well, I guess the magic is cast on the familiar, but still. It's sort of weird that the Sword of Spell Eating can unblock telepathy from both sides. But I guess I'll just have to deal with it. Alright. Magic. It don't gotta explain shit. The sword's magic affects anyone magically connected to the wielder. Oh, never mind. I kneel. They do explain it. I forgot about that. Anyone connected to the wielder, either physically or magically. I kneel. Okay. Yeah, anyone magically connected to the wielder, and familial bond connects them magically. It makes sense now. Harold could have easily faked the robbery to take suspicion off of him. It's even possible that he was lying about how the display glass was shattered.
But I've known Lord Haraldson for many years. I just can't believe that he'd be involved in this.
She may have known Harold for a long time, but she's never read his thoughts. His thoughts could be very hostile and rude, despite his kind expression. He was very good at hiding what he was truly feeling.
Beatrice, There's no way she'd participate in a plan like this. Look, Leife, I know you don't want to suspect your sister, but Beatrice would never trust anyone enough to work together like this.
Damn. Had me in the first half, not gonna lie.
She's completely blind.
You wouldn't have much of a choice.
She's not the type of person to trust her accomplice to stay quiet. She wouldn't leave a loose end open like that.
She couldn't have been working alone in her condition. And I couldn't think of any other way she'd be involved in this.
Anyway, we're finished here, aren't we?
Yes. Thank you for lending Tracker to us, Leife.
I only want to help you find out what really happened. I know my sister is innocent. I hope once you find out the truth, you'll see that.
Really? Okay, you still think she's innocent? Even though you're just saying about she wouldn't trust another person to keep quiet? Okay. I guess we'll have to see.
Now, if you'll excuse me.
Man, Miriam was right. She's in her own little fairy tale there.
So that's it, right? We finally know who really committed the murder.
And if we could get Harold to confess on the stand, he might reveal Beatrice's involvement as well. If he did that, I might be able to convince her and Miss Timora to take a plea deal. Although, knowing Miss Timora, that would be easier said than done. Anyway, this is definitely the lead that we've been looking for.
But is it really enough? We still don't have any physical evidence.
It'll have to do for now. We're running out of time. We'll just have to call Harold to the stand to testify about what he did that night. I can push him far enough, I might be able to catch him lying. But I doubted it would be that easy. He clearly had a good poker face. Just how much would he be able to hide his true thoughts? Oh, come on! It actually made me leave the scene. I did want to talk to Eris. Okay. Speed! Now I gotta go through all this stuff again. Oh goodness, how far back is this? Oh, it's really far. Is it? I can't just like speed through this. Come on. Oh, I gotta go through like all the stuff again. I hate that it just moves me automatically to the next thing. We're gonna be doing this for a little while. Oh. Okay. What if I just... Can I just go... Go straight to Beatrice's room? Oh, okay, he just says come back later. I gotta go through all this stuff. Okay. That's right, I forgot I got that little tidbit there. The sitting room, where we run into Lucio. I guess I shouldn't be too happy about Celeste pushing him back a few feet, because she had to use magic. I'm not sure what exactly Protego does. Or whatever that was. Protegus, whatever. And it doesn't seem like Lucio used any magic. He was just using pure strength. Oh, I got Beatrice's alibi, I think. Okay. Beatrice's room. Find the doggo. The bestest boy. The bestest boy who ever boyed. That stupid face. Ruh-roh. Love that. What is time? Oh, I gotta do this again. What did Tracker hear when he woke up?
What if?
Tracker. Right. Ugh. Excuse me, running in the vents. Didn't answer Leifei because familial bond was nullified. Finally heard Leifei.
Maybe.
Because the stick was actually the sort of spell eating. I got a promotion. Oh, oh. Okay, to the hallway. And here we see Eris. Yeah, see me for what I am. Animals have always been able to see me for what I am. Alright, this time talk to Eris. What are you doing here, Eris?
I should be asking you the same thing. I recall you telling me that you were a defense attorney. Yet here you are, prosecuting a defendant. You're even leading the Inquisition that you supposedly hated so much. But to answer your question, I'm here on behalf of Beatrice.
My sister?
Yes. Timora is occupied handling other aspects of the case. So she sent me here to investigate on her behalf.
What? I'm surprised she trusted you for to handle something so important. How do you two even know each other? You said she was acquainted with your father, but...
We met during her days at the Imperial Academy. We both studied illusion magic together. I've always been a patron of hers. One in my position would be saddened to see her in this dreadful situation.
Hey, did you see my attorney's runestone?
Ah, of course. I see that old habits die hard.
Sorry. Am I being obnoxious with this thing?
Not at all. I'd be more disappointed if you didn't try to show me the badge.
It's a runestone.
Of course.
What do you think about Leify?
No.
Okay.
I don't seem to have any dialogue for that.
I see. That was a strange way to say she doesn't know anything about it. Yes, indeed. She can break the fourth wall. Oh, goody. I mean, I guess she's always done that. It's just, I took that to be an in-universe thing, but no, she's actually been breaking the fourth wall this entire time. Dang. Okay, Ruby Timora, what do you think about her? No? No dialogue for any of that, okay. What do you think about Harold? No dialogue. Do you have dialogue for anything? What do you think about me? No? Not even any dialogue for Tyrion himself. Oops. William Frege? No? Okay. Okay. I doubt it would be important to keep her dialogue. But just in case there is some kind of check, I guess I'll keep going with this save.
Preparing
Okay, so we figure out the rat, yada yada. Illusion spells, yada yada. Okay, it's strange for Tracker to hear Leife's voice because
Maybe.
the anti-magic field was active throughout this hallway. The rat would be invisible because it was holding the sword. Yeah, invisible monkey. Invisibility. Alright, now we gotta go talk to Harold. I already gave my statement to the Inquisition. Is my testimony really necessary? Sorry, old-timer. My orders come straight from the prosecutor. We're going to need you on the stand today. I see. I'll do what I can to help. The monkey pushing up the glasses. I like to keep that 3-5 save. Do I also have 2-5? Yeah, just to like save the spells in case I want to look back on them. Huh.
I'm glad we can talk like this again. I'd forgotten how much I miss speaking with you. Yes. I only hope our next conversation isn't within a cell. Beatrice, on that night, what were you talking to Father about? I'm sorry, Leife, but I can't tell you that. Beatrice, I just want you to know that I believe in your innocence. How are you so sure? Because you're my sister. I know you. Leife, do you know the things I've done over the last 5 years? No. I can only imagine how difficult it was to survive. Survival would never be enough. I've had too much stolen from me. I've been denied what was rightfully mine, and it's taken me years to finally wrench it back. What are you talking about? I know you suffered under him, and I understand your pain. Once this trial is over, we can finally heal. I've already taken care of Steelwind. I simply need that boy to have an unfortunate accident.
Oh, yeah, you probably shouldn't have said anything. This is probably gonna backfire on you so bad. But hey, I'll take it.
You still have that dog, don't you? And you're on good terms with Tyrion, too. It should be easy for you to facilitate another unfortunate accident. What? I can tell from the sound of your voice that you don't have the stomach for such things. No matter. I can take care of that. But I suggest you keep quiet about this, or you might end up needing the same same fate as father.
Oh. Leife trembled, her hand going to her mouth in realization of what her sister was saying. She said nothing in response. She just ran from the dungeons.
Must you flaunt that ability so recklessly? You're making me envious.
Nine hells, Eris. What do you want?
Why wouldn't I want to see my favorite little mole rat?
Why did she say all that? And what was that flaunt her ability? Court is now resumed for the trial of Beatrice Frege. Let us review yesterday's proceedings. There was much debate over William Frege's inheritance. More specifically, it was unknown whether the defendant had any claim to her father's inheritance. This detail was crucial in determining whether the defendant even had a motive to commit the murder. Luckily, the victim's will was supposedly read earlier today. It is now part of the public record. What were the results of the will reading, Mr. Cuthbert? William Frege was planning to leave all of his assets to Jaden von Sanctus, his hopeful son-in-law. However, this was predicated on the condition that Jaden marry the victim's daughter, Leife. It was clear to anyone present that Miss Leife would never follow through on this engagement. If the engagement is not made in 6 months, William Frege's assets would be divided among his 3 daughters. I see. So there was no mention of the defendant's disinheritance. Correct, Your Honor. This means that the defendant did have something to gain from the victim's death.
Your Honor, despite the confusion around the victim's inheritance, there is still very little physical evidence that implicates my client.
May I remind you that Miriam Frege was not telling the truth in yesterday's proceedings? That itself is extremely suspect.
And William Frege was clearly not above manipulation and lying. You can't prove that she knowingly gave false testimony.
I'll admit that I can't prove that. I'll also admit that there's a lack of apparent physical evidence to substantiate our case. Which is why the prosecution would like to call Harold Haroldson to the stand. Lord Haroldson? The Sword of Spell Eating clearly plays a large role in the murder, and its theft is one of the few pieces of physical evidence in this case. As the gallery's curator, I believe he can further elaborate on how the sword was stolen that night. More specifically, I could find out more about what he did on the night of the murder. I see. Bailiff, please escort Lord Haroldson to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Of course. My name is Harold Haroldson. I am the owner and curator of the Haroldson Hall of History, located in Homerith. That's quite the alliterative occupation. Harold, could you please testify to the court about how you discovered that the Sword of Spell Eating was stolen? If it'll help. I was keeping an eye on my gallery's exhibits when I realized that my familiar hadn't returned. I called to him telepathically, but he didn't respond. I became worried, so I went around the manor to search for him. About an hour later, I returned to the gallery and discovered that the exhibit holding the Sword of Spell Eating was completely destroyed. the artifact was missing. So I reported the crime to the knights at the ball, and they activated a discreet lockdown. Luckily, we found the sword and my familiar later that night. So you went to search for your monkey, and that's why you didn't witness the theft? Yes. The thief was probably waiting for me to leave. They must have wanted to commit the crime without anyone seeing them. Or his testimony is completely full of it. His search for Eugene must have been a cover that he's using to hide his actions that night. So how do you prove that? Are you referring to Eugene? Eugene? Eugene Haroldson, Your Honor. It's the name of the witness's familiar. Yes. Eugene is a spry orangutan monkey. He helps me with my day-to-day. I see. Anyways, you said that he hadn't returned. Does this mean he left you earlier in the night? Yes. He always likes to explore large buildings like Frega Manor. But he usually doesn't leave for that long. I called to him telepathically, but he didn't respond. Does he typically ignore you like that? Sometimes. He's a young boy, so he likes to have his privacy. I try not to pry, but I was wary of what would happen if a noble or a knight came across him. He usually knows not to bother people, but you never know what might happen. Actually, where is his monkey? Did they not allow monkey into the court? Okay, went around the manor to search for him. You left the gallery room? Yes. As I said, I was worried that something had happened to Eugene. Where did you go during your search? Eugene usually knows to stay out of people's bedrooms, so I went downstairs and searched for him there. I checked the bathroom, sitting room, and coat room. Then I finally checked the kitchen and pantry. He might have gone there to steal some snacks. But you didn't find him in any of those places. No, I didn't. An hour later, returned to the gallery. If I recall correctly, the glass was completely shattered. This is despite the presence of several abjuration spells that protected it. Yes, it would have taken an extremely powerful spell to break it like that. As you saw, the glass display case was shattered into pieces. Harold told me that the thief shattered the glass while the protective wards were active. But if he was involved, could he have just been lying? I mean, he could have taken out the sword, then used the sword and shattered it. The artifact was missing, reported the crime. The Sword of Spell Eating makes its wielder immune to magical effects. What use would the lockdown have been? Honestly, not much. The wielder would have been immune to the anti-magic fields and the spells that prevented people from leaving. But at that point, the Kingsguard just wanted to activate it for good measure. I found the Sword of Familiar later that night. His statement just now was missing some details. I needed to ask for something I could use against him. How did you find the sword? How did you eventually find the Sword of Spell Eating? The Kingsguard and I slowly and carefully checked each room in the manor. After about an hour, we finally found the artifact under the bed in the defendant's room. So it was under the bed. Were they both under the bed? I guess maybe Dolgo took Celeste's sword later? That must be where Tracker hides the sticks that he finds. Now that I think about it, or thought about it, he probably stole Celeste's sword too. Anyway, this detail could be extremely important. Please add it to your testimony, witness. Harold. Yes. Of course, Harold. Okay, but what can I use against him then? Oh, maybe I should go through that again. Oops. Oh, okay. Oh. He says that he went around the manor to look for Eugene. You think he's telling the truth? Maybe, but his so-called search for Eugene gave him a good excuse to be unaccounted for. It's a decent alibi, but it's not without its flaws. I just needed to poke some holes in it. Yeah. I gotta ask about the monkey. But I messed up. I'm missing some details. How did you find Eugene? How did you eventually find Eugene that night? After an hour of silence, he finally responded to my telepathic messages. He met up with me in the gallery before we went to search for the sword. So this would have been after the theft was reported. Yes. He would have had to pick up Eugene after he murdered the Duke. This must be the alibi they're using to account for the time that no one could see Eugene. Hey there, Jerry. Objection, Your Honor. The autopsy report is up there. There's no victim. Yes. That'd be something. It's like having a case about, like, theft or something, then somebody throws out an autopsy report and be like, wait, what? Autopsy on who? Anyway, this detail could be extremely important. Please add it to your testimony, witness. Harold. Yes, of course, Harold. Okay. Yeah, Eugene finally responded to my telepathic messages. But he shouldn't be able to do that because of the lockdown. Harold, you found Eugene before you went to search for the Sword of Spelling. This would mean that this all happened while the lockdown was still active. Am I correct? Yes. As much as I was worried about the artifact, Eugene's safety was far more important. Ruby over there, with her face in her hands, probably. Eugene, or not Eugene. Harold, what are you doing? The victim wakes up after days of being dead and there's no victim. Oh. Wakes up after days? I mean, it wouldn't be a murder case then. Yeah, I mean... Well, I guess there could be a thing like Romeo and Juliet. There's some kind of mixture that would slow your organs. Oh, but wait, if they did an autopsy or something, that would kill them. Oh my. That would be a mess. Yeah, imagine doing an autopsy on somebody and they're not actually dead. They're just like or their organs were just working extremely slowly. Barely working, so it seemed like they're dead, but they're not actually yet. Yikes. All right. Anyway, Harold's doubling down. Bad idea. Not thinking. That's the thing, Harold. You said that after an hour of silence, you finally received a telepathic message back from Eugene. What? So that leaves one question. How did you communicate with Eugene telepathically if you were both within an anti-magic field? What? Harold, in response to the theft, the Kingsguard activated the lockdown system to prevent anyone from leaving. That same lockdown system would have placed an anti-magic field over every inch of that manor. That field should have suppressed the telepathic abilities given to you by familial bond. You wouldn't have been able to speak with Eugene at all. Harold's sprite stands out there for some reason. Communication Cuthbert is the victim, so the scares the defendant, pay attention to the disguise is my brain. Okay, yeah, I see. If they killed their biological twin. Yes.
Please. Cuthbert is blowing this entire thing out of proportion. Anti-magic field is a resource-intensive spell. We can't assume that they managed to cover every inch of the manor.
Really, Ruby? Really?
Especially the areas that would only be accessible to a small animal.
Miss Timora, let's assume that Eugene managed to reach some sort of blind spot in the lockdown system. The magical telepathy granted by familial bond connects two people. Even if Eugene wasn't affected by the anti-magic field, Harold would be. That's very true. Harold, you're not helping yourself. So how did I hear him that night? There's only one answer that makes sense, Harold. You did hear Eugene telepathically. Because Eugene was wielding the sword of spell eating.
What?
I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but are you saying that the sword of spell eating was stolen by the witness's pet monkey? I am, Your Honor. It's the only way the witness's testimony makes sense.
Wouldn't say something so ridiculous if it weren't true.
Huh? Huh? She didn't have any idea what was going on?
I mean, she's clearly under
Eris's thumb. Well, the eye taker and Eris's thumb. Huh.
I was thinking that she was in on it, but is she just being misled? She didn't have a rebuttal. I could push this while I still had the room.
Harold Haroldson, you were the one who stole the sword of spell eating, weren't you? And what reason would I have to steal something that already belonged to me? It was to take suspicion off of you because you were the one who had William Frege killed. You staged a robbery and used the sword of spell eating to make Eugene invisible. Then you sent him through the manor's ventilation system. Also, you could have him murder William Frege in his study.
Well done, Cuthbert. I suppose you just can't stop yourself from pursuing a lying witness.
She's too confident. And that went too smoothly. Something's wrong. He's an ace attorney where the mood matrix showed a witness having zero emotions until they hijacked the device. They hijacked the mood matrix? Like a fourth wall break? It's what I do best, Miss Timora.
Of course. Witness, do you have anything to say in your defense?
Oh, but that's exactly what she wants. Unlike last case, Tyrion has lost sight of his original goal. Well, yeah. He still needs to prove some sort of connection to the murder. But as it stands, Beatrice is going to get off scot-free. He got lost in the sauce. They hijacked it so he'd show his having emotions. Huh. Dang, that's crazy. Well, like, okay, so an Ace Attorney, is the mood matrix... Like... What is the mood matrix? Is that just something that the player sees, or is Phoenix supposed to be able to see that? Or what's her face? His helper? Is like where do they get off just fourth wall breaking in that game? There's not supposed to be magic and whatnot, right? Well, I guess there is like spiritual stuff. I guess they could do it that way. The attorneys can see the mood matrix, the device used by Athene Sykes. Okay, so it's like an actual device. Okay. A piece of technology. Or Athena, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't know how that worked before. But so it's a piece of technology. Interesting. All right.
Witness, do you have anything to say in your defense?
It's quite obvious, but I completely refute the prosecution's allegations. He's misguided, but he's just doing his job. But yeah, if he doesn't do something quick, he's gonna lose his case.
I was expecting his thoughts to be hostile like before. Then, do you also refute your statement about Eugene telepathically speaking with you?
I know better than to lie on the stand to try and save myself. I can't explain how it happened, but I stand behind my testimony. Eugene did telepathically contact me during the lockdown.
How did he do it?
Wait. So Harold wasn't the one that put him up to this? What the heck? I don't know what to think about this one. Oh, that's crazy. Okay. Well, another system is sometimes used during testimony. Witness could sometimes use certain habits of lying on a particular part of the testimony. Yeah, I think I've seen a little bit of that sometimes. They're tells. Wait. So he didn't know how that telepathic communication happened? Maybe he wasn't thinking about it when he planned the murder with Beatrice.
And that's your position, Cuthbert? That the witness sent a monkey to murder William Frege?
It may sound ridiculous, but it's the only thing that makes sense. Or do you have any evidence to refute that, Miss Timora?
No. I fully and wholeheartedly agree with you, Cuthbert.
Wait.
Tyrion?
Mr. Cuthbert, did you forget that you were prosecuting Beatrice Frege?
Your Honor, even as a prosecutor, it's clear that Cuthbert just can't stop himself from finding the true culprit.
Wait, I also meant to say that the defendant conspired with the witness to commit the crime.
Oh, really? And do you have any proof of this conspiracy to commit? Of course you don't.
But even so...
But let's assume that you did have evidence to prove your statement. If this was really a plot formed by my client and the witness, what would my client even contribute to this plan? From what you said, this plot was completely carried out by Lord Haraldson and his familiar.
Well... the glass. He would have needed a powerful mage like the defendant to break the sword's display case and stage the robbery.
So her contribution to the murder was breaking some glass. Can you prove that my client shattered the display case? And can you prove that she did so knowing that it would somehow lead to her father's death?
I might have been a little too eager to prove Harold's guilt.
The physical evidence against my client was almost non-existent in the first place. Meanwhile, it seems that the prosecution has just brought forth physical evidence that implicates Lord Haraldson. Physical evidence that is supported by his own testimony.
There has to be some explanation for this.
This is used during investigation. The attorney used a amount of time. The person is hiding something. The secrets are lying. The number of blocks that appear. Red locks are broken by evidence. Black locks are dark. Breaking them causes trauma.
Oh, goody.
Trauma. Cuthbert, didn't you ask me something yesterday? If my client didn't kill the victim, then who did? I suppose I should thank you for finding the answer.
Damn it. All I did was make it more difficult to prove my case. But Harold had to be involved in this. Wasn't wrong about that. Only Eugene would be small enough to traverse the air vents. Wasn't there anything else I could use? With the threat of indictment, Harold must have been stressed. He'd gotten me out of tight spots before. Maybe I could find the evidence in his mind. Now he's relying on this to get him out?
You can use every trick you have, Cuthbert. It won't help you.
Naught can remain concealed.
I calmed my mind and focused the Eye of Horus on him. I needed to find something, anything that might tie the murder to Beatrice.
Blocks are different. The person themselves subconsciously hiding something only being remembered in due time.
I see.
Okay. Using evidence doesn't really work because they don't know what they're hiding.
Well, if we don't use evidence, then what? You like, find it during the investigations or something? Alright, insight. I don't know, I feel like maybe we can find something here? Or is this just gonna end me with a loss? He's never lost yet. But this might be the first. During a trial once and suddenly remember what they were hiding? Huh. Sort of a funny way to put it. Remember what you're hiding. Although I guess, well, in a physical sense that would make sense, but like you can hide something and forget where it is and whatnot. I don't know what I'm thinking. Anyway, what? Think about Monkey. Eugene, just what were you doing that night? Did you really wield the sword, if only for a brief moment? Wait, he should have known exactly where Eugene was that night. Why would his thoughts say that? Need to find 2 more things. Think about William Frege. William. The shame that things ended up this way. I truly hoped I could show you the value of Wyvern history. Think about Ruby? What? Why am I thinking about this? My mind can't be going already, can it? Okay, that didn't work. Any thoughts about Celeste's sword? No, okay, I didn't think there would be, but... I don't know, like... Is Celeste's sword just a red herring? Is there no use? I mean, the only thing is that Doggo found it. But that's not really important at all. Tracker. Okay, what? Okay, tracker is... Yeah, show him the profile of the tracker. No. Well, I guess I should have him think about Beatrice. It's truly a shame that Beatrice was driven to flee from her own family. If only I'd introduced myself to her. Perhaps we could have found a solution together. He doesn't know Beatrice? But how? She planned the murder with him. Unless... it was all the monkey. I mean, are we gonna call the monkey to the stand? Because I mean, there's also that bracelet of intelligence that went missing. Is the monkey making his own deals? Hey, yeah, okay, so what if I check the armbands of intellect? Armbands of intellect are still missing. But I inspected it closely before the Lord's Ball. They were still there when I moved them to Frege Manor. Someone must have stolen it during the ball. Right. I never did find what happened to the armbands. Could there seriously have been a second thief that night? Well, that's not it. Think about the lockdown? Young Tyrion's argument makes sense. I couldn't have heard Eugene when the lockdown was active. What's going on here? I mean, it's nice to see that Harold is actually probably a decent guy. He's not really involved in this. Probably. But at the same time, the monkey. Think about familial bond. What are you thinking? What if I think about divine edict? Nope. Okay. That still has yet to be of any use. Invisibility? No. The method of entry? Or wait, what about the murder weapon? No, okay. Method of entry. No. What about the new evidence I got? Cracker's testimony. Did I try that? I think I tried that already. I'll try it again just in case. Nope. Think about your security. Not one, but 2 artifacts were stolen during the Lord's Ball. I never expected anyone to completely bypass my security like this. Yeah, it's probably the one I need. What? He was talking as if he didn't have any hand in this. That can't be true, can it? What's going on? He's speaking as if he had no idea what was going on. You could guard yourself from the Eye of Horus. You couldn't lie to it. And if that was true, was I wrong about Harold's involvement? Is he really innocent?
See anything, Cuthbert? Your Honor, it's clear that the prosecution has nothing left to argue. There is very little evidence implicating my client, and there's a far more likely suspect in front of us right now.
Yes, I must agree, Miss Timora. At the very least, I see no reason to prolong this trial any longer.
Wait!
Beatrice couldn't have personally done this. Discounting the fact that she's completely blind, she was with the 2 princes for most of the night. So who actually killed William Frege in his study? I needed to think about this. The reason why I suspected Harold in the first place was because of what Tracker said. Tracker's vocabulary is primitive and limited. He uses the word rat to describe small creatures that hide and act suspiciously. If it were an actual rat, it still couldn't have been a human. It would have been a small animal with strength and dexterity. Tracker definitely saw some kind of animal. Was it someone else's familiar? Who did Tracker see in the air?
What if...
Eugene Haroldson. Right, it had to have been Eugene. Tracker found the sword in that hallway. And Eugene couldn't have communicated with Harold unless the sword protected both of them from the anti-magic field. But why? Did Eugene just happen to be in that hallway? That also doesn't explain why the Sword of Spellion was even there. No. Tracker said that Eugene came out of the air vent on one side of the hallway. Then he fled into the air vent on the other side. Even for a small monkey, those vents would be extremely cramped. He wouldn't have entered those vents out of mere curiosity. That was Eugene in the air vents. I now knew that Harold didn't participate in the murder. But did he know about what Eugene was doing that night? Eugene was acting of their own free will. Eugene was acting of his own free will. That's the explanation that makes the most sense. But how? And why? Harold is the only person who's magically connected to Eugene. And even if Beatrice somehow got Eugene to follow her orders, he wouldn't have been able to get to direct his actions telepathically. Beatrice couldn't use any other conjuration spell to contact him either. He was also in the anti-magic field when he was with Aster. He was with Aster. So if Eugene was the one who murdered William Frege, was he acting independently? No, that couldn't be possible. Could Eugene have carried out this plan independently? This plan required knowledge of Frege Manor's ventilation system. It also involved murdering William during the lockdown and destroying his will. Eugene might be smart for a monkey, but a normal monkey wouldn't have known how to identify and destroy William's will, even if Beatrice had somehow trained him to do all this beforehand.
Maybe.
Eugene wore the armbands of intellect. No, it couldn't be. After the sword of spell eating was reported missing, I checked the other exhibits. That's when I discovered the armbands of intellect had been stolen as well. Unlike the sword of spell eating, we still haven't found the armbands. I looked at the glass case where the armbands used to be. They'd been removed, but the glass case was completely intact. Thief didn't shatter the glass. Moreover, the armbands were actually replaced with a very well-made replica. How are they normally disabled? They can be turned on and off using a spoken password. And how many people know this password? Only myself. I personally oversee the transport of these items when they're moved. Only Harold knew the password, but someone could have overheard him saying it. Someone that's constantly hanging off of his shoulder. If I didn't play this right, this ridiculous accusation could end my legal career. I would have to be smart about this. Your Honor, I think there's one more witness that can clear up this discrepancy once and for all. I believe he can prove the prosecution's case to the court. Really? I frankly find that hard to believe. Please trust me, Your Honor. There's an element to this that we all aren't seeing. Monkey testify, yeah. I call the monkey to the stand. And it's one that no one would believe. What do you have planned now? Very well. I'll give you one last chance, Mr. Cuthbert. But know that if your next witness fails to unveil any new information, I won't hesitate to end this trial. I understand, Your Honor. So I'm going to need you to bear with me for a moment. Why? Your Honor, the prosecution calls Eugene the Monkey to the stand. The attorney once cross-examined a bird and an orca. My goodness. Even Celeste. The judge. Never mind. I retract my earlier statement. I'll be passing my verdict. Wait, just bear with me for a moment. Mr. Cuthbert, I should find you in contempt for even suggesting this. Do you honestly think I'll allow a monkey to give testimony in my courtroom?
Yeah, it sounds pretty out there, even for us.
I'd like to remind the court of the nature of Harold's bond with Eugene. Eugene is a familiar. This means that Harold Haroldson can speak with him telepathically. He can relay Eugene's testimony to us. But this is absolutely... Show me the law that says an animal can't give testimony, Your Honor. It may be unprecedented, but it's not against the law. Oh, snap. But also, this means that he's got to trust Harold. Very well.
Your Honor, are you serious?
Oh, Miss Timora, I am looking for any possible reason not to entertain this. But Mr. Cuthbert has a point. There are no laws against his proposal, so I have no choice but to oblige his frankly insane request for now.
Well, I guess it doesn't matter. It's not as if this will reveal anything.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but... I can't. Oh. Bailiff, please escort Lord Haroldson's monkey to the stand.
Amazing. Witness, please state your name and occupation to the court.
I could do without the sarcasm, Miss Timora. Eugene is Eugene! Eugene Monkey!
Bailiff, make sure the stenographer gets Haroldson's translations.
I didn't see the armbands.
He must have been at his normal intelligence. Although how would he even wear them? Perhaps he held them in his hands on that night. They only required physical contact after all. Eugene, did you steal from the gallery on the night of the murder?
Eugene never steal from Harold. Eugene respect Harold.
Then you'll have no problem testifying about where you went during the Lord's ball.
I can't believe I let you convince me to permit this. Eugene explore house. Eugene look for new place to play. Eugene also look for spiders. Spiders yum yum. Oh? You think Eugene steal armbands of intellect? Eugene never steal from Harold. Harold friend. Eugene always Harold's friend. Apes strong together.
Wow, you did it, Cuthbert. You blew this case wide open. Is this really going to help us?
Look, you'll just have to trust me on this.
I trust you.
That sentence sounded like it turned into a question at the end. Go some emotions, like friend is not here as friend. Yeah, it is a little suspicious. Like, what if Monkey is acting? I figure, I don't know if he could wear the armbands of intellect around his waist or something. But also, he should have been bitten by the wolf. Don't see any sign of that. Could be on his body. I mean, he probably would have removed his clothes to crawl around different places, maybe. But yeah, I feel like I feel like the monkey's already normally smarter than he lets on right now. I think the monkey's acting, but at the same time, how does that work with familial bond? I mean, I guess it's not like it forces them to be friendly to each other or anything. See, this thing has a mood matrix with a device on it and somebody blurts out. Oh. Nice. Yeah, like the monkey is normally much more in control of himself. And like he even mimics Harold a lot. This seems completely out of character. Yeah, I think this monkey'd be scheming. Okay, looking for a new place to play. But Harold is an associate of House Frege. Surely you visited Frege Manor before that night. Manor constantly changes. William always doing renovations. There's always a new discovery to be made. He's using complete sentences more. Is he slipping? I suppose that made sense. William certainly had the gold for it. Anyway, what else did you do that night, Eugene? For spiders? Do you enjoy eating spiders? Spiders good, rich in nutrients. Wait, really? Some cultures in the Eastern Kingdoms eat roasted crickets. I've tried them. They're actually not bad if they're prepared correctly. I don't think I could ever be that adventurous. Can we please stay on topic? This poor judge. But also, yeah, look for spiders because they have nutrients. Monkey is definitely acting. That's an intelligent answer. Monkey would be like, oh yeah, I like they crunchy. They taste good, something like that. Not because they have nutrients. As good as he already ate. Yeah, I don't like to entertain the thoughts of eating insects either. It's ugh. I try not to think about it. Okay, I think still Armed's of intellect. I wasn't accusing you of anything, Eugene. Perhaps you accidentally unlocked the case and took them, thinking they were some sort of toy. This could all be an honest mistake. Eugene not dum-dum. Eugene know how important artifacts are to Harold. Eugene never take from him. Eugene is 20 years old. Huh. Occupation monkey. Okay, never steal from Harold, Harold friend. You might not have knowingly done it, but perhaps you took one of the artifacts by accident. Eugene never do that. Then how do you explain your brief contact with the Sword of Spell Eating? Harold couldn't have telepathically contacted you unless one of you was wielding it. Eugene don't understand question. Right. He probably wouldn't understand how the sword worked without his heightened intelligence. Unless he's faking it. Eugene always Harold's friend, he's the strong. Do you consider yourself close to Harold? I would guess so. They literally have a magical connection with each other. Right. I suppose the bond between a mage and his familiar would require a lot of trust. Harold saved Eugene from bad man many years ago. Eugene would never betray. So you're a rescue. Bad man lock Eugene in cage. He tell people to throw peanuts at Eugene. Harold take Eugene away from that prison. Lock up bad man. He seemed to genuinely care for Harold. Could that be why he did this? He clearly feels indebted to him. That might have been his motive. Tyrion? I know it looks bad, but I swear there's more to this. If you say so. There had to be something in his statements. He had to have been wearing the armbands on the night of the murder. Which thought revealed that? Oh, hey there, David. How you doing? Yes, return to monkey. Think about how Tracker spoke. Was there anything different about the way Eugene was speaking? Steal armbands of intellect. He named it. I think it's this one. If he didn't know what this stuff was, he wouldn't name it. Yeah, he's only been calm. Objection! Wait a minute. Eugene, I asked you before if you stole anything from Harold's gallery. Eugene, no. Eugene would never steal from Harold. Cuthbert, don't waste our time by having him repeat that statement. That's the thing, Miss Tymora. That's not the same statement he made in his testimony. I asked the witness if he stole an artifact from the gallery. I never mentioned the armbands of intellect. What are you talking about now? The witness lacks the understanding to differentiate between the artifacts. Ruby, you don't have to prove my point for me. If that's true, why did he use its actual name? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean, Mr. Cuthbert. Your Honor, animals can't speak the same way humans do. Even when a telepathic link is established, their vocabulary is extremely limited. My goodness. Looks like my dog's trying to speak as well. Right. Tracker called the sword of spell eating a stick before. It was hard to understand what he really meant. Exactly. So that raises the question, how did Eugene know they were called the armbands of intellect? Wait, how did he know? The armbands were stolen during the Lord's Ball and replaced with a well-made replica. Where are the armbands of intellect right now? If he had worn the armbands when he was sneaking through the vents, he would have never had the opportunity to put them back. And the armbands were still missing. He's wearing them? Yeah, I'm thinking he's probably wearing them under his clothes. Eugene is wearing the armbands at this moment. It couldn't be. Was he really? The armbands were designed to be worn by humans. So Eugene couldn't wear them on his arms. Seems too intelligent. But yeah, I mean, it seems pretty obvious that he's acting unintelligent, but he's failing. So where would he wear them? If a monkey could wear pants, how would he wear them? I initially thought that he just carried them, but there's a far simpler explanation. Eugene, do you still maintain that you didn't steal the armbands of intellect? Eugene told you already. Eugene never steals from Harold. Then I suppose you wouldn't mind taking off your hat. Oh, okay. Yeah, he could be wearing them as like a headband. Okay. You can't be serious, Cuthbert.
You seriously think he's wearing them right now?
It's the only thing that makes sense. The armbands were taken on the night of the murder, and they are still missing. If Eugene... Excuse me. If Eugene did indeed steal the armbands that night, he would have never had the opportunity to return them. He had no choice but to continue wearing them until the investigation was over.
This is absolutely ridiculous. You're spinning a fairy tale.
If I'm wrong, the witness can easily refute my theory by removing his hat. Well, what's it going to be, Eugene? He finally broke character, his posture straightening into something far less primitive. His back straightened. His breathing became controlled. His arms became more deliberate in their movements. He slowly but silently lifted his hat, revealing what had been right under all of our noses.
No, you can't be serious.
Everyone could see it plainly. He was wearing the armbands like a crown around his tiny head. From out of his hat, I saw him pull out something else.
Well done, Mr. Cuthbert. I shouldn't have underestimated you.
My goodness.
Are you serious?
Oops. Accidentally skipped past that.
This is probably a blessing in disguise. Acting like a common chimp was humiliating.
Objection!
Objection, Your Honor.
On what grounds, Miss Timora?
On what grounds? Everything about this situation is objectionable. It's downright absurd. Is he seriously Beatrice's accomplice?
Okay. So it seems like Ruby knew that Beatrice had an accomplice. But she didn't know who it was. Anger and worry. But Miss Timora, we can't deny what's clearly in front of us.
I was not ready for today. How is he even talking right now?
Oh yeah, he's talking out loud. He's not talking through telepathy. Scholars believe that humans and apes evolved from a common ancestor. Perhaps all apes can speak the common language under the right circumstances. But I was sort of wondering how he'd be able to get past the voice lock on the Armbands of Intellect, but he could probably speak before this, not just because of the armbands. So, yeah. Well, there we go with that.
Evolved? Please, I've observed your society. I think calling yourselves evolved is being quite generous. This can't be happening. Well, are you all done gawking at me? Bloody Philistines.
Philistines?
Wait a minute. I was thinking I had the semblance of culture, the Philistine.
Oh, we were getting the monkey's thoughts at that time. Okay, that's pretty clever. Well played. Okay.
Every insulting thought that I'd been seeing from Harold, they weren't Harold's thoughts at all.
Oh, and then the thing about, there was that one thought about he'll ruin it for all of us. That was probably the monkey's thought as well, yeah. Dang, well played.
They were Eugene's thoughts. He'd been wearing the armband since we first met. But I still don't understand.
Why would you even take the armbands in the first place? I'll admit that the Lord's Ball was one of many occasions. The first time I touched them was due to sheer chance. You put them on by accident? My unawakened self was enamored by its glittering sheen. I merely wanted to touch them, but when I first held them in my hands, I experienced a sense of clarity that was intoxicating. I was afraid of what I'd experienced, so I placed them back where they belong. But as I returned to my primitive lifestyle, I couldn't stop thinking about what I felt. You were hooked. Bro's doing intelligence like it's a drug. I wouldn't quite phrase it like that, but I suppose you're not wrong. I'd heard the password to Harold's vault more times than I could count, so I'd come in from time to time and indulge in the armband's power. But the more time I spent with my awakened intellect, the more I craved its power when I had to put them back. And that's when you made the replica. While no one was watching, I devised a plan to discreetly take the armbands. Harold would have eventually discovered that they were stolen, but he would have concluded that a noble from the Lord's Ball took them, because of the pressure he was receiving from the crown. You score 100% on something, struggle to get 70%, wearing armband too good. Okay. Yeah, intelligence. It's a hell of a drug. I'm not proud of what I've done, but I never expected things to reach this point. I didn't expect someone to steal the sword of spell eating as well. I certainly didn't expect a murder to happen that night. Huh? So was he not part of the murder plot? Then, well, if he didn't do it, then who did? So you still maintain that you're innocent? Of course I do. I stole the armbands, but I did not murder William Frege, nor did I take the sword of spell eating. Allow me to elaborate. I'll admit that I took the armbands and replaced them with a replica, but I was not the crook who stole the sword of spell eating. The thefts were completely different from one another. The display case for the sword was completely shattered. I spotted the sword when I was exploring the manor. It was lying in the middle of a hallway. I wondered why such an important artifact would be lying there, so I took a closer look to inspect it. That's when I heard Harold call out to me telepathically. The sword must have protected me, and by extension Harold, from the anti-magic field. I wanted to take the sword and return it, but a wild dog chased me away from the scene. He has a point. He didn't need to shatter the display case of the sword. Yeah, he already knew the passwords. The tracker said that Eugene was the one who dropped the sword. Furthermore, he escaped into the air vent that led into William's study. His actions that night were definitely not as innocent as his testimony implied. He must have lied somewhere. Yeah. Okay, press the statements. You stole the armbands by using Harold's spoken password? Yes, I sit on his shoulder most of the time. He obviously never suspected what I'd do. It was a simple manner of listening to him when he transported the artifacts to Frege Manor. And can I assume that you knew the passwords for the other displays as well? I do, and I could easily demonstrate that if needed. I doubted that he'd lie about that when we could easily check him. Even so, you already lied about not stealing the armbands. Why should we believe you now? The answer to that lies in the physical evidence. And thus we're completely different from one another. How do we know that you didn't shatter the glass to cover your tracks? Harold's password would have disengaged the locks, but they wouldn't disable the magic that protects the glass. The spells weren't even disabled anyways. Harold told you himself, didn't he? Only a powerful mage could have shattered the reinforced glass. Yeah, but didn't he say that they were also negated at the time of breaking? But as a familiar, magic can be cast through you. Only Harold can cast magic through me. I can't cast any spells by myself. And even if I could, Harold's spell compendium doesn't even have a spell that's powerful enough for that. His logic was sound, but if what he was saying was true, who shattered the glass? Anyways, part of the sword lying in the middle of the hallway. But that location was near the Frega's bedroom. Don't tell me that you... What do you take me for? Some primitive lecher? I know what a bedroom looks like, and I'd never enter one uninvited, especially a young woman's. Why were you there in the first place? Glass, isn't it? I mean, it's magically protected glass. It was protected with a really strong barrier. Well, multiple of them. I was coming back from the rooftop garden, but I suddenly felt something interfering with the armband's magic. The anti-magic fields. Yes, I was worried that something had happened, so I made my way back to the gallery to meet up with Harold. I see. Could you add this to your testimony? Very well. No, it would take a ton of force to break it, magically or physically. Like, it's not impossible, but you would need somebody super strong for it. Okay. So, is that the one that changed? Or did it change? From the rooftop garden to the gallery? Oh, yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe I have to look at the map. You know what? I'll check that now. Rooftop garden on the left, gallery on the right. It's just bedrooms there. Yeah, why was he going... He'd have to go onto the first floor. There's no reason to do that. Unless the vents go down there or something. Let's see. Ballroom's there. Study's over there. But the dog said he went... Or dog, wolf, whatever it is. The dog said he went into the vent that leads to the study. So yeah, that's a lie. Or at least it should be. but I'll continue pressing the other statements. Okay. Have a closer look. And that's when you made contact with it? Yes, I was quite surprised too. At the time, the magic of the armbands was being nullified. But when I picked up the sword, my intelligence temporarily returned. That's how I knew that I was holding the sword of spell eating. Okay, heard Harold call out telepathically. I understand how it would have protected you, but how would it have protected Harold? Familial bond connects the magic of both targets. When one spell affects one target, it can also affect the other creature in the bond. The protection from the sword of spell eating extended to both of us once I held it in my hands. That made sense. That also explained how Tracker heard Lefe when he held the sword. Take the sword and return it. Wild dog chased. Didn't you have enough time to grab the sword? You were holding it after all. I'm not proud to admit it, but my survival instincts took over. At that point, I was being more concerned about escaping that wild animal. Tracker was several times larger than him. He had every reason to be afraid. His story makes sense. There's no way he could have shattered the glass. Suppose so. But Tracker saw him that night. He was definitely traversing the vents in that hallway, which means that he lied somewhere in his testimony. Okay, that should be 3. The manor.
Objection!
Yep, that's right. Eugene, I'm sure you're well aware of this, but the best way to lie is to hide a false detail within many truths. And what are you trying to insinuate, Mr. Cuthbert? You said that you were heading from the terrace to the gallery. Did you take any detours? Of course not. With the armbands nullified, my intelligence was slowly fading. I wanted to return to Harold as soon as possible. Witness, I'd like for you to take a look at this floor map of Frega Manor. This is the location where that wild dog found the sword of spell eating. So tell me, Eugene, how did you spot the sword of spell eating? Any of the arcane arts, none. No, I mean, we've been using clues with magic. Like, familial bond has been a big one here. And also, the monkey was probably hidden by invisibility. There was the anti-magic field all around. And, like, the sword that we're talking about is also an anti-magic sword, which interferes with the anti-magic field. So yeah, there's a bunch of magic stuff going on here. How do you spot the sword of spell eating when it was hidden in the hallway north of Beatrice's room? That's... Why are you nitpicking such an insignificant statement? He probably just got distracted and went down the wrong hallway. Miss Timora, Eugene came from the rooftop garden, and he was adamant that he went directly to the gallery to reunite with Harold. Even if his intellect was muddled, he was intent on reuniting with his worried companion. He definitely took the direct route, but if he did, he would never have been able to see into that hallway. Oh, the attorney? Oh, that's right, okay. I mean, fair enough, yeah, he doesn't have any magic himself. I see your point, Mr. Cuthbert, but what does this mean? It means that the witness lied about where he was before he discovered the sword of spell eating. He wasn't coming from the rooftop garden. He came from the air vents in that specific hallway. So why were you in that hallway, Eugene? You lied in your testimony. Was it because you wanted to hide what you were really doing that night? Eugene, you snuck through the air vents to avoid detection. Then you used the air vents in that hallway to break into William's study. After that, you murdered him using his letter opener, didn't you? That's not what I went there to do. Well, he's not denying that he went there. He's saying that's not what he went there to do. No, I didn't mean... But that all, it isn't denying that he murdered him as well. It's just not what he went there to do. Order! Order in the court! Witness, is this true? Did you break into William Frega's study during the lockdown? Yes, I did enter his study, but not for the reason you think. William Frega was already dead when I got there. What? What did you just say? It's true. Do you honestly expect us to believe a story like that? How could someone else have killed the victim before you got there? Tracker took the sword of spell eating, and you were the only intelligent creature that could walk through the air vents. I understand how unbelievable and suspicious it sounds. Why do you think I lied in the first place? Seems like he's telling the truth here. Yeah, he did go there but didn't kill him. He's already dead. But if that's the case, we're back to the old closed room murder. Nobody else could fit through the vents. Nobody else could have used the sword of spell eating. But it's the truth, Mr. Cuthbert. You have to believe me. I didn't see any contradicting thoughts through the eye, but that hardly absolved him of any guilt. But could he really be telling the truth? If that was true, that only brought me back to the one question I'd been asking since this all began. Who really did this? Okay, Eugene. Let's assume you're telling the truth. Do you actually believe me? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. You're still my only suspect for this. But I'll give you the benefit of the doubt for now. I see. In one case, a witness did enter the scene, didn't kill the victim. Huh? However, if you want to absolve yourself, I need you to tell me about what you really saw that night. There might be something, anything, that might point to who really did this. Very well. I'll tell you what I saw. Although I doubt you'll believe me. I discreetly made my way to that hallway through another air vent. I exited the air vent in that hallway and tried to leap to the other side. I'm not sure if it was my waning intellect or my carelessness, but I collided with something that I couldn't see. I fell to the ground and found the sword of spell eating laying next to me. Wait. Mine was something I couldn't see. Okay. I wanted to retrieve the sword, but that wild dog forced me to retreat. After that, I continued to make my way to the study. And that's when I found William Frega. He was dead on the floor and lying on in a pool of blood. And as if blessed by the scaled lord himself, I found the will that he'd been drafting, so I destroyed it. Frankly, Mr. Haroldson, I find that story very difficult to believe. I assumed as much, but you know what they say. Truth is stranger than fiction.
Isn't it more likely that you murdered the victim? You're clearly trying to cover up what you did by saying that he was already dead.
Honestly, I don't know what to think. Was he really telling the truth? But why were you there in the first place? It all began when William Frege got into that argument with Harold. Her wanted to defund the prestigious Haroldson Hall of History. I knew a man like William probably had many secrets, so I devised a plan to break into his study and find something that I could use to blackmail him. As you know, there's a small air vent in that hallway. It connects to William's study on the ground floor. I thought I could look through his documents while he was preoccupied with the Lord's Ball. I wasn't aware that William was planning to stay in his study all night. I suppose that did make sense. Was he really telling the truth? What happened when you tried to leap to the other air vent, Eugene? I'm glad it was something I couldn't see. I thought monkeys were extremely dexterous. Are you just clumsy? I have impeccable dexterity. It sounded like I struck a nerve there. I must have been muddled from losing the armband's magic. Sword of spell-eating. How did you know it was the sword of spell-eating? When I held it in my hands, I felt my intelligence return. But I also heard Harold calling out to me telepathically. He was clearly growing worried, so I knew I needed to move quickly. Forced retreat. Did this wild dog have a white coat of fur? He did. Are you acquainted with him? Something like that. Well, next time you meet him, tell him that I don't appreciate being called a rat. I'm a proud orangutan. You can understand him? I've picked up a little of the canine language throughout my life. I'm also fluent in squirrel and pigeon. I can also speak owl, but I admit it's barely conversational. As much as I wanted to test the validity of those claims, they weren't relevant to the case. What happened when you entered the study? That William Frege was dead. It seems awfully convenient that he was murdered before you arrived. I know how it may seem, but I'm telling you the truth. And do you have any explanation for how the assailant broke into the study without the sword? I unfortunately do not. Please, it's obvious your testimony didn't match up with the evidence. Whoever did this either entered through the vents, or they used the sword to nullify the lock. And your own testimony states that the sword was abandoned in that hallway. Didn't match up with what I thought happened, but did it really contradict the evidence that I had? Yeah, I mean, somebody could have used the sword to get in there and then come out. But the problem is the sword was abandoned, but somebody was still invisible there. Because he bumped into something invisible. But then if they left the sword behind, they shouldn't have been invisible anymore. They should have been able to catch them, or catch a glimpse of them. I've hurled an insult. Like, luckily, I can understand squirrels because you're clearly nuts. Old D's nuts joke. Anyway, what did you do when you discovered the body? I knew it was only a matter of time before someone discovered the body, so I quickly searched the room for something I could use. As my scaled lord himself, I found the will that he'd been drafting, so I destroyed it. Okay. I don't know. Is this guy lying again? Because if he was looking for something to blackmail William with, he wouldn't destroy the will. He'd keep it as evidence. So you were the one who took the will. I've been trying to find it. What did it say? I was pressed for time, so I didn't read the entire document. I only skimmed it and found an order to defund the Heralds and Hall of History. Since he went out of his way to specify that on the current copy, I concluded that his former will didn't have this addendum. So you tried to save Herald's Museum by ensuring that the new will would never be submitted for probate. Well, okay, so I mean that makes sense. But something that doesn't make sense is that why was he even searching there to begin with? If William was already dead, then it wouldn't matter. Yeah, I think he's lying more. How many layers of lies are there? My goodness. Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, do you have the will with you? My apologies. I crumpled up the will into a ball and ate it. I then left the room before my intelligence was completely gone. Maybe you didn't kill him, just there for the will? Well, I mean, he said that he went there in order to basically find something to blackmail William with. But if William's already dead, he doesn't need to do anything. Like, and if he didn't know there was going to be a will, or that he was changing the will or whatever, there'd be no reason to stay. I mean, as soon as he saw that William was dead, he could have left. Nothing bad would have happened. Because William's dead, and the will couldn't be verified or anything. But yeah, for some reason he chose to stuck around, and like I said, his original goal was to find evidence to use, not destroy. But so he found the will and he destroyed it. I mean, maybe it could be that he didn't know it needed to be verified before it would actually be put into place. But something seems wrong about this. But also, there were those scratch marks on William. I mean, it had to have been like some kind of animal or something, climbing up him and murdering him. I think Eugene did do it. He's just very, very smart. Keeps hiding these small truths, or small lies inside truths. I was really hoping to see if William followed through on his threat to disinherit Beatrice. It was hard to believe, but I couldn't see any direct contradictions. I didn't think pressing him any more would get me anywhere. If Eugene did indeed do this, my next course of action was clear. Although that still didn't explain how Beatrice fit into all of this. I remembered something that Tracker had said to me. Tracker, you said you had to smell to see where the rat was. Ah, yeah, I had to smell. Eugene was invisible. Yeah. He didn't bump into something invisible, he was invisible. Couldn't see him visually before he fell down. Tracker used his nose to see. Eugene was invisible. Eugene, when you were carrying out your plan, did you turn yourself invisible somehow? No, I hardly had the means to. And even if I had somehow convinced Harold to cast a spell on me, he doesn't know how to cast invisibility. Ah, here we go, here's the connection. Somebody had to cast invisibility. And the hand sign to activate invisibility is a clap. That's the connection to Beatrice. Let's see. It doesn't say how close they have to be for this to work, so I don't know. It's like, for most of the night... Well, it lasts for an hour. So if this was within an hour of the anti-magic field turning on, I guess that would work. Easy clap, yeah. Okay, Harold doesn't know. Very few mages do. Right. I remember Eris saying the same thing during Wallace's trial. Only a master of illusion magic could do that. That's how I first thought Beatrice was involved. But if Eugene was truly innocent, did she turn someone else invisible? But once again, that just put me right back where I started. No. I needed to think through this. Eugene's testimony filled in a blank that had been missing. What sort of spell eating? How do you know it was sort of spelling? Felt my intelligence return. Some heard Harold. Clearly growing worried, needed to move quickly. Yeah, after that I continued to make my way to the study. So if Harold was worried, and you needed to go back to him in a hurry, why'd you continue making your way to the study? I then cross-referenced that with Tracker's testimony. Yeah, smelled the flying rat. Tracker bork at him. How did the sword of spell eating end up in that hallway? Where does that lead us?
What if...
Eugene dropped the sword in the hallway. Oh, and Eugene's testimony fell into the ground. Got his bearings, realized the sword was lying next to him. Okay. Tracker said the rat dropped the sword. Testimonies appear to conflict with each other. What's the commonality between them? Hmm? The thief? Oh wait, from the gallery. In the hallway. There we go. Yeah, the thief dropped the sword in that hallway. But how did that make sense? Did they hide the sword there, as I'd originally thought? No. That hallway was close to the gallery. There were plenty of better places to hide the sword. If it weren't for Tracker taking it, it would have been found even sooner. The thief must have accidentally dropped the sword there. That could only mean one thing. Why was the thief in that hallway? I mean, to be fair, we're still not clear on who exactly the thief was. Still a little confused about the breaking the display case, but I don't know. Okay, why was the thief in that hallway?
What if...
The thief was sneaking through the air vents? The thief was also sneaking through the air vents. That's the only reason why they would be there, but that would imply that the thief was as small as Eugene. Could it have been another familiar? And if so, why didn't Eugene notice them? Wait. I think it's trying too hard to make it seem like it's not Eugene. But I don't know. I could be mistaken, but there's that thing about he had to hurry, so he went back to the study, and then stuff about going there to steal didn't make sense. Feels like I'm taking crazy pills. Eugene said he bumped into something. Yeah, I don't know. I think Eugene's lying again. I don't know. He collided with something he couldn't see. In other words, it was something that wasn't visible to him. And as a master of illusion magic, Beatrice was one of the few people at the ball that could cast invisibility. Yeah, but at that point, nobody would be able to use invisibility because the anti-magic field, unless they had the sword. Beatrice never to trust anyone enough to work together like this. Completely blind, wouldn't have much of a choice. Not the type of person to trust her accomplice to stay quiet, wouldn't leave a loose end. Had I been approaching this situation incorrectly the entire time? Through the eye, I knew that Beatrice was involved somehow, but I just assumed that she'd plotted this with someone else. The breaking of the glass and the casting of invisibility. These were the elements that I knew she was involved with, but never really fit together. Argument, didn't trust anyone to cooperate, just let them do their own thing. I mean... Well, but Eugene was invisible. Oh, then again. Well, I was gonna say, yeah. She could have cast it on Eugene and he didn't know it. But then why wouldn't he be able to see somebody else? And then, like I said, during this time, the anti-magic field was up. So the only person, or well, the only people that would be able to use invisibility and not have it get canceled would be somebody in contact with the Sword of Spell Eating, which at the time Eugene had. So, I don't know. I mean, I'm thinking that Beatrice maybe could have made Eugene invisible before the anti-magic field came up, and then Eugene would have the sword, so he would stay invisible, although Doggo spooked him, and then Eugene went into the study anyway, but with him not being invisible, that allowed William to see him, because William, well, see or hear or whatever, because William had some way to notice that somebody was there. I don't know if he actually saw them or what, but William was like, hey, who's there, when he got attacked. So it all adds up. I think Eugene's lying. This guy wasn't over there. I don't know. I mean, I think Beatrice was working with Eugene. Because, I don't know. Yeah, the invisibility only lasts for an hour. Even if Beatrice was doing her own thing and letting them do their own thing, if Eugene didn't know he was invisible, then it'd be highly likely that at some point he would lose the invisibility to the anti-magic field. But since he had the sword, he didn't. So, it seems like he knew about the invisibility. Well, and also with him being the only one that could be invisible at the time, yeah, if he bumped into something that was invisible, it's suspicious that he knew something was invisible. I feel like he's trying to project that. Anyway. Where were we? Alan said I knew she was involved, but never really fit together. Not unless she was the one pulling the strings the entire time. And there was only one way she could be in control the entire time. What did Beatrice use to commit the murder? So you couldn't see and bumped into it though? Yeah, but at that time, he had the Sword of Spell Eating. If he had the Sword of Spell Eating, nobody else could have it. And if nobody else had it, nobody else could be invisible. From what I understand. What did Beatrice use? You sure on that? I can't check the text log. Darn it. So in confusion. I think he was the only one in contact with the sword at that time. Okay, so what did Beatrice use to commit the murder? he used invisibility. No, underestimating Beatrice's role in what happened that night. Everyone assumed that Beatrice couldn't perform certain actions due to her blindness. There was one tool that she could have used to do all this. Already invisible without the sword of spelling? No. So, during this thing, there's an anti-magic field all over the place. So, anything magic is deactivated. Gone. Zippo. Bye-bye. The only way that you can use magic or have magic persistently on you is if you're in contact all the time with the Sword of Spell Eating. So that's the big point here. The Sword of Spell Eating. What did she use to commit the murder? Spell Eating was drowned there by whoever he ran into when he fell down? Yeah, that's what he would have to be implying. I mean, like I said, I assume he's lying. But if there was somebody that he bumped into that had the sword, and if they let go of the sword, then they would no longer be invisible. So there was no mention of anyone else being there, but they would be visible if they weren't holding the sword, so it doesn't make sense. The invisibility would wear off. Off before getting to see him, became visible again. Oh, but the dog also didn't see him. All he saw was the rat. And the rat... Well... I mean, yeah, Tracker said that he was called a rat. Or, not Tracker. Eugene said that he was called a rat by Tracker. The rat supposedly dropped the Sword of Spell Eating. And there's no mention of any second entity. Is it the murder weapon? What did Beatrice use to commit the murder? I mean, the murder weapon was a letter opener. Is this what I'm supposed to? No? Okay. Beatrice couldn't perform certain actions. There's a tool. Well, is it a familiar? Are we assuming there's another familiar? It's like the runestone. No, I don't think it's gonna... I mean, I'll do it, but I don't think that's gonna do anything. No. A familiar from Beatrice. Okay. A couple of memories came back to me in that moment. Familiar Eugene, familial bond, quite rare. Yeah, she clapped her hand together. So she could be casting invisibility there. But so she could have an invisible familiar. But then what... How would it stay invisible after dropping the sword? I knew she was blind. Barely... How did she know I was holding out my hand? Ah. Yeah, okay, so she does have a familiar. She is watching through a familiar. Because you can share senses with your familiar. Okay. Deep into the vent. Can be seen anymore? Maybe? Maybe I'm misunderstanding how it all went down. Maybe I'm not picturing it correctly. Well, do you have any other questions for me? If I were wrong about this, Beatrice would surely be acquitted. And after that, the Inquisition would turn its attention to Harold and Eugene. But there was only one way to know for sure. Your Honor, the prosecution has no further questions for the current witness. He is dismissed. What? I see. You have something else planned, don't you? Literal rat, the dog is could have mistaken as referring to Eugene this whole time. Well, the dog calls anything small, like Eugene's size or smaller, a rat. Yeah, and I actually need your help. Oh, okay. Yeah, detect magic. I whispered it into her ear. Really? You're making some big assumptions there. Wouldn't the Inquisition check for something like that? I know, but it's the best play we have. Do you remember what Steelwind said yesterday? The moment the guards saw the body, one of them cast Detect Magic. With that spell, they would have seen any invisible people hiding in this room. Wait, you can use Detect Magic like that? Of course, it's standard procedure. Like all spells, invisibility leaves traces of magic on the person it's cast on. So mages can use Detect Magic as a way to see them. If everything goes the way I think it will, I'll be able to prove its existence in front of everyone. Visible people doesn't clarify if it works on familiars. I mean, I would assume it works on anything or anyone that's had magic cast on it. All right, I'll follow your lead then. So, Mr. Cuthbert, how do we proceed? Your previous witness brought about more revelations than I could ever have guessed. However, you still haven't given a substantial explanation about how the murder occurred, or who actually did it. I understand that, Your Honor. But it'll all make sense after I call my next witness. Another witness? I understand your hesitance, Your Honor, but everything that we've learned throughout these trials is finally coming together. The judge would be pulling out his hair if he had any. Oh my goodness, now what's this guy going to pull out of his ass? And this final witness will tie it all together in a perfect knot. Your Honor, the prosecution calls Beatrice Frege to the stand. Seriously, Cuthbert? You went to all that trouble just to end up calling my client to the stand. You and your client have the right to refuse, Miss Tymora, but I wonder how that will reflect on your client's character. It didn't really matter. She was already standing next to Miss Tymora. We could carry out our plan regardless of what she decided to do. But it would have much more impact if I could bait her into lying on the stand. My client says that she's willing to testify. However, we would like to propose a short recess. With these new developments, I'm sure you can understand that we have much to discuss. I see no reason not to grant the defense's request. Is this really okay?
If we give them time to prep, they might realize what we're doing.
I know, but I don't think we have anything to worry about. I'd been learning a lot about Beatrice since this case began. It was hard to read her expression and emotions, even with the Eye of Horus. She kept herself guarded and kept her true intentions unknown. Can I expose the familiar? Let's get rid of it in the moment. I think he's gonna try to... Yeah, I think he's gonna try to show the familiar with detect magic. I'm sure he's got some trick to keep the familiar from running away. I'm guessing that the familiar's probably not in the room right now. That might be why they need to call a short recess. But yeah, there's probably some reason why they'll be able to unveil the familiar. She's powerful, more powerful than even her father cared to admit. Her father ever cared to admit. Despite this, he tried to control her and put her inside a cage. But Beatrice Frege would never live in a cage. He wanted freedom and control, and she would do whatever it took to get it. I'm sure the accident that blinded her didn't help things, but it also worked in her favor. Her blindness made people underestimate her. She found a way to use even that to her advantage. When everything was said and done, she abandoned everything. Her wealth, her status, and even her family. She could have waited. She could have gritted her teeth until it was her turn to lead House Frege. If she was willing, she could have even secretly pushed her father past the gates of death herself. But she couldn't bear to live like that, even temporarily. I had no idea why this was how she chose to do that. Perhaps it had something to do with their meeting. But I did know one thing. Beatrice Frege would never put herself in a position of vulnerability. If I faced her head-on, she would respond in kind. Okay, playing into her arrogance. In the interest of giving the defense time to deliberate, we will be taking an extended recess. Court is adjourned. As I was exiting the courtroom, I sent Celeste to do some reconnaissance. It should be similar to when she scanned Valentina during Wallace's trial.
Tyrion.
Celeste, were you able to see it?
Yeah, it's definitely there, and it sits on her shoulder most of the time.
So she keeps it close to her. That's good to know.
It looks kind of weird, though. I've never used detect magic like this before.
Well, I doubted that someone like her would choose a conventional animal, especially for something as important as this.
Cuthbert.
Miss Timora.
There's something I need to show you. Preferably alone.
Celeste gave me a concerned look, but I nodded to show her it's okay. She moved to sit on the bench and kept a careful watch on Beatrice. Okay, lead the way. Oh, I have a bad feeling about this. Oh, no. Oh. Oh man. I sort of want to call it there, actually, but I mean, I want to keep going, but I don't know how much longer this is going to go, and I feel like that's probably the best stopping point I'm going to get. Man. We could all be cliffhangered together. Yeah, probably at least an hour and a half more. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's probably a good place to call it then. Man. Alright, well... Yeah, I guess try and finish this up maybe next Sunday. And then we'll probably move into Case 5 right away. So Eris did mention that if he keeps getting in their way, they're gonna do something nasty to him. And Ruby looked pretty down. And they got him away from Celeste, so... Oh, I hate this. You guys don't play this for a while because of the co-op? Maybe. I don't know. I mean, I don't think we're going to be doing it every day. And Meta only rarely streams on Sundays, so... we might be okay for next week. I don't know. There is a chance that this might not continue for a little bit. I could also just try and fit it in a different day, but I'd like to keep going Sundays. Anyway, I don't know. We'll see. I give it a 50-50. Okay, I did save. Alright. Juicy cliffhanger to be stuck on for 2 months. Well, it probably won't be that long. You better not. Well, I'm sure I'll be able to fit it in somewhere if I can't stream it right away. My stream ending has taken us to the void. I don't know why. I can't seem to fix it right now. You know what? If I... Nope, I don't know. It's just stuck like that. I don't know why it does that. I don't know, it could be. Cliffhangered. Like I said, I will try to continue this, finish this up next Sunday. We'll see if it happens or not. And like I said, I have the tentative schedule there in Discord for this week. But because of Dark Souls 2 co-op, I'm not sure what's going to happen when. I'll be rearranging my schedule at a whim. But let's see. In the meantime, if anybody's interested in my social medias, there's links for Discord, Twitter, Blue Sky, and YouTube there in the chat. You can always find those links in the About section of my Twitch or underneath Socials banner. Oh. I'm sorry, dog. I don't know what you're saying. I don't have a familiar. Oh, right. For anybody watching the VOD on YouTube, if you're ever interested in watching live, there will be a link in the video description to my Twitch. But for now, thank you all for being here. Hope you all have a great rest of your day, night, whatever, wherever you are. A great rest of your weekend. And I'll see you around. Bye-bye.